Doo-doo-doo. There we go. Are we up on? Yep, that one's up. That one's up. Hi. Hey, Cole. Hi, could I get your age and pronouns?
29 him.
All right. Do you disagree with the background? The transphobia is a problem and not trans people?
Yeah.
So why would you disagree with that? Because I think you take a lot for granted uh, if you're cisgender, that I don't think you realize um, that have kind of put you on the path of not being, having like uh, high rates of depression and that kind of stuff.
Oh, so you know it's your fault for being depressed, right?
No, not necessarily. So depression is caused by a number of factors, and one of the most leading factors, at least with trans people, is the the largest predictor is going to be family support. Um, most basically no cis person ever has their gender or identity questioned by their parents. This is just not something that really happens. Um, because it's just we just expect people to be cis essentially, at least for the longest time we did. um
A lot of normal people don't have family support.
yeah, but they also don't have their family like going against their actual identity of who they are. They don't say no, you're not who you say you are.
Yes, they do.
Or at least so did your family ever ask you if you thought you were a girl, and like hound you on it and try to
No,
put you
but
through like
other
conversion
other
therapy?
things though, like
Oh, okay.
career choices.
Well, yeah, but trans people also face these as well. Any pressure that you might face, your trans people also are going to face at the end of the day.
Trans people have it easiest because it's a privilege to be trans.
No, it's not. They have. They're literally. I don't know if you've looked at the statistics, but like they are the high, like one of the highest demographics in terms of being bullied and harassed. They're one of the highest demographics in terms of being sexually assaulted. They're one of the highest demographics in terms of um, like just any sort of negative connotation towards them. And this is on top of the standard demographics of like people of color who already have higher rates of like harassment and stuff.
What you instantly went to a victim mentality. You didn't have to go to a victim mentality to prove your prompt.
Well, but this is all of these things lead to trans people having depression and anxiety. And the data is very clear that when we just accept trans people for who they are, Their outcomes are just normal. They're the same as cis people. They're just people. That's what it shows. And so what that lets us say is that in fact that transphobia is the problem. Um,
People have real problems, you know.
yeah, and trans people do as well. So any
You know,
problem
trans
that you
people
can
don't have
say,
real problems
yes, they do.
because
They have.
that money they're spending on transitioning, people would spend that on food.
So yeah, it's something that's costs more on top of everything else that they have going on in life. They still have to pay rent. They still have to pay for food. They still have to, get jobs and that kind of stuff. There's a little bit of assistance out there sometimes for like gender forming hormones and surgeries. Um, but outside of that, they're fighting an uphill battle their entire lives.
Because they get picked over other people for jobs just because they're trans.
No, I don't actually think that's ever happened really.
Like at Starbucks.
Is it that they're better qualified or that they're trans? Because you'd have to show
At
a study
Starbucks,
that states
they're
that.
gonna hire people who are trans over normal people.
That is not what diversity DEI is. It's saying that we will hire trans people who are as qualified as everybody else, and that we will actually include people, and we want to, if it's between somebody who's just as qualified who's not trans versus somebody who is trans, they're probably going to choose a trans person to help increase the inclusivity. It's to give people who have, all things else being equal, it's to give people opportunities.
Yeah, trans people, they have it easy. They have soft hands.
I
They never
don't.
worked a day in their fucking life.
That's just you're just saying that. There's no data to reflect what you're saying.
They don't do hard labor.
I'm pretty sure they do. I mean, you can. I don't do hard labor often. Like I help like the hardest labor I've done in a while is when we built a retaining wall in our at our house. Um, but like not everybody does hard labor. It's as simple as
Are
that.
you trans?
No, I'm not. I'm cis.
So why are you such a faggot lover?
All right. Yep. There it is. There's the real beliefs coming out. Yeah, cool. It didn't take long. Hey, Wolfgang, could I get your age and pronouns, please?
Yeah, I'm 18, he, him.
All right. Do you disagree that transphobia is the problem and not trans people?
I think both are problems inherently.
Well, why would you say that?
Yeah, so transphobia is going to be an issue basically because it's a prejudice towards people on the basis of what they look like, how they act, etc. Trans people would be an issue essentially because of how they integrate themselves in society and how their ideology integrates itself in society.
What's the ideology?
Yeah, the ideology that you can change your gender and be whatever you want.
That's not what trans people think. Your gender doesn't really change.
I'm
That's
sorry?
Yeah. So it's an incongruence between sex and gender. It's not that they're changing their gender.
Yeah, so if they fall under one gender category and go under surgery and go under social transitioning, would they be another gender or no?
Well, so somebody's identity of like who they are doesn't change really throughout their life. It's not that there's like social transitioning, but it's not that people are changing their gender per se. The self internal like the internal self is always going to be the same for most people throughout their entire lives. It does fluctuate a little bit in childhood, but for the most part, after you're like a teenager, your idea of who you are and the how you like fit within society's ideas of gender aren't gonna really change.
I feel like you just negated the whole point of the trans movement, like entirely.
No, no. It's just that their sex and their sex assigned at birth and their gender are there's an incongruence between them. That's what
So
being
can they
trans
change their
is.
gender?
They're So in terms of like on a document, yes, socially, yes, um, but they're what they feel internally is not changing
Why not?
because who you are doesn't change. Like you always felt like you were a guy your entire life, correct?
Sure, but I don't have an incongruency. Why can't I just change? I mean, just you're saying these trans people. I'm sorry, they don't they can't change who they are. They absolutely can.
No,
They
no,
do
they
it all
can't.
the time.
No, 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 no. So it's not that people are choosing that like a guy suddenly chooses to become a woman. It's that they have been a woman. They have had this internal sense of self of being a woman their entire life.
Okay, and what about it?
It's not something that can be changed. There's been many studies of horrific. I mean, there's things such as like conversion therapy that have been tried on trans people for decades now, and the outcomes are horrific, and the regret rates are just astronomically high. It doesn't work. You
No, no, no,
can't.
no.
But
I'm not saying okay. I'm not saying just changing their incongruency. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they're changing, I guess, their mindset in a way from somewhat being like, for example, let's say a man, where there would be an incongruency toward being a woman, and then they would be initially they would have doubts in a way, like, well, should I transition? Should I not? Should I stay a man? Because obviously they wouldn't be 100% first off the bat. So if they go through this social transitioning, this physical transitioning, all of a sudden there's a scenario where they have fully accepted their incongruency rather than just being so and so or iffy about it. So in that way, they're technically changing their mindset.
they're changing in terms of what their plan is of how to deal with incongruence. A lot of the times the incongruence is going to stay with them. If it is at a certain level. And that's why things such as like gender affirming hormones, those definitely have been shown to help with that incongruence, along with top and bottom surgery, essentially. And they do, and somebody, yeah, and Izzy says in the comment, they're coming out. Yeah, they do socially come out of like and say, hey, I am trans. But it's not like their internal sense of self has really changed. It's the same thing with being like straight versus gay. A lot of people like who end up being, bi or gay, they just has always felt that way their entire life. They might have had some sort of moment where they've realized that they
Why
felt that
can't I be
way.
gay right now?
Well, because you don't choose to. If you're not
What
gay,
do you mean? I can choose to.
well, I would just say that that goes against what the majority of people feel. I can't choose to like guys.
So what
I
the majority of
don't.
people feel dictates the status quo? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that what you feel isn't going to change, and you can't change what people feel.
So you're saying I can't change how I feel. Like I can't go outside right now and kiss a guy
I mean, you
and
can,
say I'm gay.
but you're never gonna, for the most part, you're not gonna change your like actual attraction towards guys
Why not?
because that's not how our brains work.
Well,
We're
I'm
born a
sorry.
certain way.
People do what they want with their will. There have been people who've done crazy things. I'm not sure why I can't just go outside right now, kiss a guy, and say I'm gay and be a part of the LGBTQ community right now.
I mean, you could try to do that, but the results are is that you're probably lying to yourself at that point, and that's what conversion therapy ends up doing. Is
I'm
that
lying to myself.
yeah?
Wait, so then
When
what are trans people doing then?
they're not lying to themselves. They're fully aware of the incongruence that exists within them. Um,
Okay, but if I can go outside and I can kiss a guy and I can be a totally different person in that way, I don't understand why they can't.
well, because you can't. That's you're not actually changing who you're like sexually attracted to. Either that you're already bi and you're attracted to men and women, or you're attracted to one or both or neither. Like it's this is how this works. Um,
Why does
it's
it have to be one or the other?
That's just how this is what study after study has shown. When we try to force people or try to convince people to change their mind about these things, they don't because these are deeply held like the idea of who we like and who we are very core to who we are as individuals. They're not something that we're really open to changing under any circumstances. We are far more likely to just lie about it to get out of like essentially like conversion therapy, than to
So
actually make any sort of reasonable
whatever.
change. Most people who have gone through conversion therapy do not say that they no longer are like attracted to guys. They
So
still are attracted to guys, and they will
the
probably for the
brain,
rest of their life.
the brain that you're born with is how you're gonna. Well, hold on. Let me rephrase this question. I'm sorry. The brain that you're born with is never going to change. You can't physically go out of your way. Not physically go out of. You can't go out of your way and make decisions in the way that would go against your brain chemistry.
Not really. Like who you are is pretty much going to be set in stone. I mean, there are some like there's a tiny bit of adjustments to it, but like identity is something that doesn't really see much change.
So then with trans people, they're going against their bodily chemistry all the time. I don't really see why they can't go against their brain chemistry.
Well, because our brains are we don't something like an identity isn't a choice. It just isn't. It's like how many arms you're born with. This isn't a choice.
Again, that like negates the whole. Okay, that negates the whole point of the trans movement because the whole point is I have the choice to see myself however I want to see myself, present myself, identify with myself as, express myself as. When you're saying you can't really change your identity, you're just slapping the face of thousands of trans people right now.
Okay, hello, trans person here. Um, he's completely correct. I've been the gender that I am since I was born, and it developed within myself. I've known that I am the gender that I am for a really long time, at this point in my life. A couple of things as well. You can go do a gay thing without being, or sorry, for TikTok, I'm gonna say lesbian or GAY thing without actually being that. Like,
So if I kiss a man, am I not gay?
correct, not necessarily.
Interesting. Okay.
That's
That's
one
just
point.
that's just like categorically false, but all right.
It would be like considered gay to kiss a guy, but like it doesn't make you gay if you kiss a guy. Like
Wait, oh, hold on. So you seem gay if you kiss a guy, but you're not gay. Interesting.
it's
Okay.
No,
like
you are
a
doing something gay, and it's not you as a whole are not actually that.
So what are the qualifiers for being gay then?
Identifying as liking being a man and liking other men.
So if I kiss a guy, am I gay?
Oh,
If
hi.
do you like him? Hi, Astrid.
Hi. Another trans person here.
Sure. Sorry. Yeah,
Like,
sure.
nobody, no trans person thinks they're like changing their biology. I don't know
I,
where
I
you all
ne-
think
never
this.
never said that. I literally never said that at all.
What was that
Never
whole
once.
thing about like changing your? You think that trans people are all saying that, oh, I can choose to be whatever I want. Like that's not what we're saying. We are already
Well,
trans.
oh, okay. Okay, sure. So you can't. Okay, I can understand how there's an inherent incongruence that's obviously proven by medicine and science that there's an incongruence that trans people have. I can understand that psychology is extremely difficult, if not impossible, to change, right? But what I'm
Mm-hmm.
not, but what I have a contention with is expressing themselves however they want to. They choose to do that all the time. They choose to change their body, they choose to change their looks, and in doing so, they in a way change their mindset from going from being iffy about their gender incongruence to now being 100% I am who I am.
That's false. I'm just gonna
Well,
cut you off there for misinformation. We get the health care that we need so that we stay living and healthy. And you're describing that as we choose to change our bodies, we choose to do this, we choose to do that. It's a false choice. It's either I suffer and deal with suicidal ideation and attempts and self-harm in certain ways, which is there's evidence to back this, scientific evidence, or I get the care that I need and I can actually live my fucking life. Like, I don't know how else to put
Does
that.
that care include physically changing your body with hormones and surgery?
it sometimes
Sometimes.
does. Wow.
Why?
the research is very clear that this is what the best like route forward is. Sometimes, we initially, when we talk with trans people, even children, we go through therapy. We try to understand, hey, how do you actually feel? And we, these things are talked out for hours upon hours on end for many months or years of their life, before like any sort of puberty blockers may be prescribed fairly early on, but the results of or the effects of those are very easily reversible. You stop taking puberty blockers, and your puberty will start if it's not like after a certain time window.
So if a 6-year-old tells me my son wants to be a woman, should I just give him puberty blockers?
That's not how that works, and you know it.
Yeah.
How does that not work that way? Tell me.
Because you need at least 2 years of therapy for a child to. You need consistency. What is the 3?
Consistency, and what's the last one?
Why are there qualifications when my son is a very evidence incongruence? Why not just give him puberty blockers now? Why wait?
That would be malpractice.
Yeah,
it needs to be safe.
We have standards for this.
No, that's you denying treatment of my son. Like what?
Therapy is part of the treatment.
Yeah, why not physical?
You're being bad faith.
Okay, I'm not being bad faith.
You are. You're like, this doesn't make sense, and you're just saying it anyway because it's a talking point.
It's not a talking point. What I'm saying is the whole thing doesn't make sense if we're saying, well, there has to be these persistent conditions. I don't understand why we can't just do the physical process now. My 6-year-old son says he wants to be a woman. Why not let him take hormones and get a surgery? I'm really confused.
I mean, I don't think that.
Yeah, I don't think there's any point in actually engaging with this because it's clearly just bad faith bullshit.
It's not bad faith bullshit. I'm being very
make an
genuine.
actual argument and maybe we'll respond to it.
I'm being genuine and honest with you right now. There's no bad faithness at all.
Then you are genuinely and honestly stupid.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, if you're gonna run from the question, then that's on you. You're not even defending the position. You're just like running away because it's
I'm
absurd.
not running away from anything. You're just
you are. So
you're just
hold on.
spouting a talking
Who has
point.
the
without
burden
even
of
thinking
proof?
about it.
Oh my God! See, look, he's running away. Look, he's running away.
Who has the burden of proof?
Who's he?
Do not. Yeah, who's he? Who are you referring to?
I'm just okay. Whoever I'm talking to, I apologize.
Sorry, go ahead.
The person I'm talking to, I'm asking.
Not you. I meant
asking
Astrid, but I mean.
Okay.
She's
the
a
person
woman.
right above you.
So she uses they them pronoun or she her pronoun. Sorry, not me getting that mixed up in my head with my own. But anyways.
Okay. Awesome. Great. So the person above you, I'm asking a hypothetical. I'm asking anybody in general, but the person above you is saying, "Well, it's just bad faith bullshit." I'm asking a genuine question in a real.
You want an actual answer?
Stop.
Okay. So, why can't we just give children like puberty blockers and hormones right away without any
answer?
therapy?
Not a question. Give me an answer.
I'm confirming your question, dipshit.
Yeah. The question is going to be, why can't I give my 6-year-old son, who clearly to me has a gender incongruence, because he's saying, "Dad, I want to be a girl, so why can't I just give him puberty blockers?"
Yet. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Wait, no. So I can't give him hormones at all? Why not?
Absolutely not at age 6. Are you fucking kidding me? That's
why?
Hysterical. Because they haven't gone through puberty yet.
Okay, so let's say not puberty blockers. I apologize. That may have been a mistake. Just any hormones in general that would change the physical appearance of my son.
They wouldn't have those hormones until they go through puberty. I'm sorry, this is hysterical.
Do you know what HRT is? It's a second puberty.
Therapy. Hormone replacement therapy. Okay, hold on. So if my son has to wait until puberty for these things to work?
Yes.
You're denying him treatment.
I'm actually
I'm sorry. So give me a source. Give me a source that says that you have to go through puberty for these puberty blockers to work, because it would stop it, delay it.
Stage 2. Oh my god.
How is that even equivalent?
Look, you just asked why you can't give a pre-pubescent.
You're not even going to answer the question. You're just going to run away from the question.
And hormone.
You're just going to run away from the question. This is insane. Okay, so now that we're denying hormones to my son, how about gender reconstructive surgery? Are we going to deny that to my son?
At age 6 still?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're denying him treatment. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, this is why
Taking
you're
the whole
not worth
position.
talking to.
No, I'm sorry. You're denying surgical treatment, like, to my son. That's the
Find
whole
me
point.
anyone under like 17, 18 that's ever gotten gender reassignment surgery.
Okay, why? Hold on. So, why can't they get that? I'm curious. Why can't they get that surgery?
The
Because
times
they're
that,
fucking 6!
yeah,
That doesn't
Um,
answer the question.
What?
They're good, they're 6.
because
Why?
it's not seen as something that is actually you want to take the least invasive steps first. That's why
You know,
when
someone
you
did that
are
once.
like when you have
He
depression,
killed himself.
yeah, we take the least invasive
What if
steps
therapy
first,
doesn't work?
and then so if we're talking about a 6-year-old, we wait until they would be entering puberty and start them on puberty blockers to prevent things from getting worse. If the situation is calls for it, and the medical and the doctors think that it's apt to, we can start them on hormone replacement therapy, which will actually it has very good results in terms of alleviating dysphoria.
And just to be clear, hormone replacement therapy will only give success to the patient when the onset of puberty occurs. Just to confirm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't start
Hormone
puberty blockers
replacement
before.
therapy?
You wouldn't want to start
Yeah.
hormones before puberty, unless if there's like some. It wouldn't be for gender affirming care at that point. It would be for some other.
But
like,
why?
medical condition.
I want to
Because
know
it's not
why.
healthy. Do you
Yeah.
want your child to go through puberty at 6?
Obviously,
Because that's what
not.
it'll do.
Okay, so that's and puberty blockers are
Peyton,
primarily.
can I
used-
just explain here?
Yeah,
Like,
go ahead.
Go ahead and explain.
So, puberty blockers, what they do is they stop puberty while the kid is going through therapy, so they can decide or confirm whether they are actually trans, and then they can go through the proper
Right.
puberty instead of going through one
Wait.
puberty.
Oh, slow
And
down,
then-
slow down. Did you just say confirm that they're actually trans?
That's what the therapy's for. Persistence, consistence, and whatever the third one is.
Wait, but if they're telling me that they feel this way, and we're saying, well, we
That's
need
what
to
we're
really
trying to
confirm.
explain.
There's a
Yeah,
difference.
that's what the therapy for children is for.
There's a
But
difference.
why
have to
why
go
even
through
do the
2
physical
years
therapy at all?
Because what do you mean?
So
Because that's
Wolfgang,
how they feel. What?
we have different levels of evidence that we need for something like it doesn't cost me anything to change how I what I call what pronouns I use for somebody. It does actually it's a lot more intensive to actually like start somebody in hormones or puberty blockers. Like these are we want to take the least invasive steps first, and therapy is there.
Not to my child. Not to my
Can
child
you
who
not
thinks of
interrupt
himself in a
host?
way.
Thanks.
Yeah, so you know what happens? You know what happens if you were to like reject your child's gender identity?
Enlighten me.
That is the number one predictor of suicide ideation. The number one predictor.
Okay, so if my child says anything about himself, and I'm like, "You're not that thing," is that going to be a predictor of him committing suicide?
It would
Bad
will
faith thoughts.
just absolutely negatively affect.
That's not bad faith. It's a genuine question.
It is bad faith,
will
but we're only
absolutely-
talking
Define bad faith.
Qualia.
Define bad faith for me.
we
Define
are
bad faith.
we are only talking about human quality.
Define bad faith. I don't even think you know what that word means. Define bad faith. Go ahead.
It means asking a question you know is wrong and misleading, intending to be misleading. And
It's not
describing
wrong or
the actual-
misleading. I'm using your logic and stretching it down a different scenario. If my
So you
child
don't
thinks of
understand our
himself,
logic.
if my, because it's flawed, brother. Hold on. So if my
Whose brother?
Did
child,
you just call her brother?
Uh,
One more strike, and if Astrid wants to kick you before then, I'm gonna respect
there's
her.
women, there's women and people who go by they them who use that terminology. It's synonymous. It's
I
not
know.
just between men.
Let's call her by feminine terms.
Oh my
only,
gosh.
please.
Okay, I'm just not even gonna. Okay. Okay, so my kid, okay, let's not even say, because 6 is too absurd for you guys because it goes on so many contradictions. Let's just say 12. 12 is good. So my 12-year-old
Mm-hmm.
wants to, my 12-year-old boy wants to be a woman. He's like, Dad, you know what? I've kind of been feeling this way for a while. I want to be a woman, blah, blah, blah. Am I obligated to allow him to go through hormone replacement therapy and even physical surgery?
You're obligated to take him to therapy, and then if the therapist and the doctors decide that puberty blockers are a good idea, then do that. And then when Tanner stage, or not Tanner stage 2, like whatever stage of puberty you start hormone replacement on comes around, they can start hormone replacement therapy, which I don't think you understand yet. Hormone replacement therapy initiates the puberty you want. Like, I went through HRT, male to
Okay.
female, which sent me through female puberty after already going through male puberty. So what we do with hormone blockers, it stops a child who is still going to therapy, working through their gender identity, from going through the wrong puberty, which causes immense distress, as I can tell you myself. And if they decide yes, or confirm yes, they are trans, then they go through the proper puberty the first time and don't have to go through like a second one.
Okay, so let's just say my child has a tendency to be very gullible. Like he sees things and, you know, like
That's
watches things and absorbs
Ooh.
things that he
Insistence,
internalizes.
consistence, and persistence. How many
that's
times
what
do we
the
need to say
therapy
it?
for.
So
Sorry,
there,
I couldn't hear you because the person below you was like babbling good.
Don't fucking be rude to Cole.
Thank you, Astrid. Yeah, I'm not babbling. I'm telling you something we've already told you like a million times and you just aren't hearing or like giving any weight
Why,
to.
hold on. Why are these persistence conditions necessary to establish the identity? I don't see why they're necessary.
Because kids play pretend sometimes. And you
Wait,
don't want to like be like, yeah, you are Santa, and then just affirm that right away. You
why?
want to see A, human qualia, and B, insistence, consistence, and persistence.
But
For
you're
this reason.
denying their identity and feelings. You're denying that.
You're not.
Well,
You're
Yes, you
talking through
are.
them.
Affirm it. They're saying they want to be one thing. Affirm that.
No.
not off the bat. Affirm the exploration, definitely, but don't affirm the identity
Social
until they
transition?
have the
Sure.
identity.
But medical transition is a different thing. You need to. That's why therapy is such a big part of gender affirming care for children, because children don't have the language often to explain what they're feeling inside. So therapy helps them and gives them the tools to do so and identify within themselves their gender identity, their any number of things. So minimum of 2 years for WPATH, I'm pretty sure, for children for getting medical transition. And then you can like socially transition, see how they feel about that. Because like,
So-
I don't know about conservatives or whatever you are. Leftists don't like just forcing medical treatments on children
Okay.
out of nowhere without safety measures and like
Well, I mean, according to California state law, my state, apparently it's legal for a 12-year-old to have no supervision and have their own control of their medical records.
That's not right. I guarantee you, if you, I mean, almost.
That is state law. Look it up. Gavin Newsom signed it.
about to say, I don't have the computer. The host is the one with the computer. Keaton's
Host,
looking it up
go
right
ahead
now.
and look it up. It's a
Let's-
state law.
I mean, let's talk about I mean, if they're giving the kids privacy to like talk about gender affirming care and such without the parents knowing, that could help the child's safety. So I don't dispute that at all, if that's what it is. But it might just
you're not talking about that parents' rights bullshit, is it? Are you?
Excuse me?
You're not talking about like schools having to like report to parents, or is that only in Canada? I don't know.
No, I'm not referring to that.
this
Go ahead,
is
host.
this is saying that they can consent to certain types of medical care without parental involvement, and this extends to keeping that information private. So, and I would actually completely agree with this, that there are definitely times
So their
where
parents have no idea what they're signing off to. Are you
I would hold
serious?
to the very to the idea that parents are not always what know what's best for the children. There's it's clear that people will abuse their children and that kind of stuff, and not all people make good parents. So there's got
Do
to
you
be
think
some sort
parents
of
have the
way.
right to know that? Parents have the right to know what their children are doing with their bodies.
Not if this is going to cause harm to their child, in the form of like social repercussion or actual physical abuse.
Exactly.
Wait, slow down, slow down.
Can I
Say
time
that
out for 1
one
second?
more
Can
time.
everybody just mute up real quick? We're gonna take like a 1 to 2 minute mod break, for the sake of everybody's mental health as well. Thank you all for being here on Thanksgiving. There are over 45 of you in live. Thank you for being here. If you like hearing these conversations, no matter what side of them you're on, please tap, please share, and I hope y'all are holding up well this Thanksgiving. Remember to drink water. I know a lot of us are drinking alcohol to get through this too. Just drink water too, okay? Take a little stretch. Follow the host if you want to see them more often as well. Gift the panelists that you like, no matter who they are. Other than that, I think we got our 1 to 2 minute mod breakout. Thank you all for muting up for me real quick.
Okay, so what I was saying though is that
Thanksgiving to Americans, by the way.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving, guys.
yeah, happy Thanksgiving. So what I was saying is that there's definitely cases where parents are not going to be like they will reject their children's gender, and there's I absolutely agree that sometimes not letting parents know about this, especially when it's known that the parents are going to push back against this, going to cause harm to their children, that the parents should not be in the loop about this. This is at the point of like you almost are looking at like removing the child from that parent's custody due to how severe the case is, because the parent no longer has the best interest for the kid.
Is that 100% all objective cases?
So even if there's one case where it actually
Just answer
isn't
the
the
question.
case, no, it's not going to be every single time. I'm not super familiar with this law because this is the first I'm hearing of it. But there's very good reasons why you would want to impose a law such as that. Is what I'm saying.
Okay.
And don't you agree that we should try to reduce harm to kids?
I think we can reduce harm to kids by making sure that parents understand what they're doing in full scope.
Well, so we can't, without limiting this information to them, we can't actually prevent them from knowing that certain things. If they do not know that their kid is on like puberty blockers, they're not gonna like hound their kid
That's a
about it.
problem. Hold on. If you had a child and you didn't know what medication they were taking, would you be concerned?
In the case of something like puberty blockers, now,
Wow. So if hold on, let me get this straight. If your kid was on a medication that you were unaware of, you would think that was okay?
if it was if medical professionals agree that this was in the child's best interest, because that's what this case we're talking about is essentially.
And you have no knowledge.
Yeah, at that point. The reason why is because it is the number one, the number one drivers
Jesus.
of like of child unalivement is like suicide, outside of like car accidents. But before that
I'm
age, it's
aware,
basically
and
suicide.
that's
And so if something is driving down the suicide ideation and depression rates by 75 to or 60 to 75%, yeah, we should do that. That's a huge drop. There's no
talk,
reason
talk to your
whatsoever.
parents first.
Yeah,
I,
talking to their parents has led them down this road of not wanting to tell them things. That's the problem.
okay. So, okay. We just mentioned earlier that in some cases, I don't want to strawman what you said or what Cole up here earlier said, but there are cases where children are just pretending and there needs to be persistence conditions met. I don't understand why they can't just talk to their parents if in some cases they're just pretending about it or in some cases they're not. I don't see why communication can't be clear with parents.
The parents would be involved. Like, generally, during like the WPATH treatment, parents are involved. They're involved every step of the way. It's just sometimes parents are abusive. They don't accept them,
Is
and
that objective?
sometimes parents are abusive to trans
Is
people.
that objective? Yes.
Yes.
Why do you
A
think
Are you
they?
100% of
denying
all
that?
parents? 100% of all parents?
No,
You're going to
but
sign off on that?
why would kids want to limit information to their parents? Think about it for a minute.
Yes, thank you, Izzy. That is bad faith.
Yeah,
Again,
like
That's not. Again, objective means all the time. So if you're going to sign off on 100%, you're signing
that
off on all the
means
time. Obviously, that's
kind
not true.
independent, actually.
so, Wolfgang.
But
Oh my God.
Why would a 12-year-old not want to tell their parent about something if they love their parents and they care about what their parents think? They
Okay,
wouldn't.
if children are keeping secrets from their parents, there's obviously going to be a reason. I can understand why
Mm-hmm.
some kids could keep things from their parents. I think it's in their best interest to communicate with their parents and talk things out, because if they just keep secrets and if they're not going to be what's the word? If they're not going to be like, I don't know, at front and honest with their parents about certain things, then that's just going to harm their relationship.
And this goes beyond just being trans. What if happens if somebody is something like a Jehovah's Witness, and this kid is in the hospital and needs blood to save their life? Do you think that kid can consent to getting blood over the parents' choice of religion?
That's a tough case.
That's what these cases are. We're not looking at kids saying, "Oh, I'm
No,
gonna go
you're
get
hold
prescribed
on.
this drug and not tell my
You're
parents because of no
you're
reason."
literally comparing a gender operation versus a life or death situation. That's
Gender
like
affirming
not even the
care
same thing.
is often seen as life saving due to how much lower it reduces suicide rates.
Okay, again, this is why we talk to the parents first, and then we can establish what kind of care is necessary.
Yeah, a child's not going to just go behind their parents' back first thing. That's not what kids do. They want their parents' support.
Kids do that all the time.
Okay,
Kids
but
hide things all the time.
I agree, but not when it comes down to something so critical as their self identity. If unless if it's already known that their
How do you
parents are
know
going to
that?
reject it.
How do you know that? Because there are kids who have kept horrible secrets from their parents about being bullied, about suicidal ideation, about other things that, God forbid, we probably can't even mention on here. Okay, let alone their gender identity. Okay,
Yeah,
you
and
think they're transparent with their parents at first? They should be transparent, but the thing is, they're not, and that's going to harm their mental health. That's going to harm the relationship between them and their parents, and that's probably what's going to contribute to the suicide. It's going to be the pressure of how they feel.
yeah, so we know for a fact that the leading cause or the leading predictor of suicide ideation and depression among trans kids is gonna be family support. That is the number one predictor. I can give you sources for that too if you'd like.
So their family supporting them and affirming their ideation is going to cause them, or not cause them, but correlate to an increased risk of suicide.
Them rejecting it correlates to a higher rate of suicide ideation and stuff. Yes.
That makes no sense.
Why would you think that?
I think
So
he misunderstood.
so it is when the child is supported by the family that they do not have as high depression and suicide rates.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought you
Yeah,
said
so
that
sorry.
if they were accepted. Yeah, that makes no sense at all. Okay, so, well, okay, I think that proves my point. If the family knows about it, can support it or whatever, there's more people who know. There's less pressure on that person. They're more seen, even if it's by people who completely reject them. The whole point is that they should be understood and seen as different and having a gender congruence. That's the whole point for sort of inclusion, right?
Do
I
you
think
think
in
it's a
that way,
positive thing for them to get kicked out or beat the shit out of or like emotionally abused or just locked up and not allowed to get treatment? That's gonna make it better just because they know.
I never, like, not at all I said that. I said if people are going to reject how they feel, verbally or mentally, yes, that would be a negative thing. That would harm their mental health, right? But
Yeah.
at the end of the day, there are also people who will see them in a positive light. And there's also people who will see them more for how they see themselves, right? They don't see themselves as the gender they were born with or the sex they were born with. They see themselves for how they want to be seen, right?
Do you know
Whether
what
they're
last Saturday was?
what?
Or do you know what last Thursday was?
I'm not sure what last Thursday was.
Friends' Day of Remembrance.
Okay.
Do you know what that is?
It's a day to remember all the trans people that probably committed suicide. What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know why that's such a big thing? Because so many trans people who are rejected by their families and loved ones commit suicide.
What's the population of trans people in this country?
Like
It's
2.7% or something.
yeah, something like that.
2.7%.
Yeah. Same amount as
So
That's
3 million people,
that's
or no,
higher
1 million people.
percentage than redheads globally in terms of percentage of the population.
1 million people in the country are trans. Okay, interesting.
9.
And
It's
and
closer to 9
how
at that
how
point. 9 million. It's not
three?
negligible.
Okay,
Yeah.
3%. Okay, 10% of 300 million is going to be 3 million. Or sorry, 30 million. So then 3% would be closer to 9.
Like 9
Okay.
million, yeah.
So of those people who are trans, how many of them commit suicide?
At least 2/3 have said that they've attempted.
Yeah.
Wow.
Way too many.
Jeez.
Yeah.
And
So this is the
the
problem. Is that we know the ways.
the correlated I don't know, not cause, but the variable that's going to lead to those attempts are what exactly?
The
So
rejection of the family.
the largest predictor of suicide ideation is the lack of family support for transgender people. That's based off of
Why?
a study from Grossman et al. Published in where is this published? But it's basically the title is Transgender Youth and Life-Threatening Behaviors.
So here's where the confusion point lies for me. So their family or friends or people in their town reject them, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I don't see why trans people can't
Right.
at least have some level of foresight that life is worth more than living for, in a way.
Because
And
when
they
That's
should.
a privileged thing to say.
That's not a privileged thing to say.
when
There's people.
nobody
There's people who are in mental health crises, or people who are depressed. I understand they see there's no way out.
people who are depressed aren't always thinking the most logically either. As somebody who has struggled with depression, who very much enjoys logic, there's times where I don't I feel I could feel sad for no reason, and they're
Right.
the compounding factors of that. I feel like my whole family hates me, and nobody wants me alive. People have told me to do it, and that I'm weak for not ending my life. Like that is the problem that we're talking about. This is people are bullied, and like I do not want to know what it's like for some of these people. Their lives are horrific, and it should never happen to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And what you're essentially saying is that we need to be questioning these people even more, and we need to stop them from getting, having privacy from their family who are causing the problems. I say no.
I
F
I
that.
think if there is a threat or if there is sort of a disjunct between the child and the family to a point where the child no longer feels safe, I think the child should make the decision for themselves to seek some form of safety away from their family, regardless of the situation.
Yeah, I agree with that. But that's
Yeah.
not always the most possible thing. Things like that, like actually getting removed from a family, requires court intervention usually, and that's a long process.
Okay, so the proposed solution is
To actually give some people some privacy when they're on essentially what is seen as life-saving medications.
yeah, but we're not thinking about the scenarios where kids probably don't even know what they're talking about, who own their own medical records and can consent to treatments at 12 years old.
The people who are on puberty blockers are very aware of what puberty blockers are going to be doing. This is going to be, especially if it's something where their parents are not being told, they're going to be hammered about it.
And for the like 8th time they're on puberty blockers. They've been in therapy about it for like at least 2 years.
I'm not just saying with puberty blockers. I'm saying with just gender affirming care in general. Like, they can make those decisions for themselves at 12 years old. I think there should be at least some opinion from the parents, at least, at the very least.
Well, their opinion is going to be
they're,
made
like-
aware to the kid if they're not going to want those records to be shared with them. And the kid's going to
What if
be
they're
bluntly
red hat wearing
aware.
Nazis.
I'm sorry, you both were talking at the same time.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead, Ashok.
Go first. Oh, well, I was saying, what if the family is like full-on red hat wearing fascists?
Okay. Yeah, if obviously there's going to be situations where a family is going to restrict their child in a way that's criminal and inhumane, obviously. And there's going to be other situations where a family doesn't give a shit about the kid and the kid can make his own decisions. Both
Mhm.
situations should be addressed with equal amounts of force and equal amounts of attention, obviously.
And how do you propose to do that?
How do I propose to do that? I'm not a lawmaker. I'd have to probably think about it. I can't think of a solution on the spot right now, a hypothetical solution on the spot right now. But what I can tell you is maybe we should start by not creating laws that give 12-year-olds responsibility over their own medical records. 12-year-old kids
And does this
their
give them
brain
the
is
ability to consent to surgeries and shit, or just like they conceal their medical records?
host if you can confirm that. I believe that's the case. Host, if you can confirm that, that'd be great.
So what the law says is that children can control of their medical records at age 12. They can consent to certain types of medical care without parental involvement, which extends to keeping that information private. Once they basically this goes to I can see what type of I'll look and see what type of healthcare is covered underneath this. Let's see.
And okay, just for some clarification, Cole, it's not that I'm taking this long to think about this. It's that, I mean, well, hold on, Transalpine. Transalpine gave me a question. How do you propose that? And it was a good question. It's a good question about transgender laws and other forms of laws that should be passed in the country. And there's reason why there's debates that last for weeks and months and even years over how laws should be passed, because no one has a clear solution. That's why it's taken this long. Like, I'm not a lawmaker. I can't just like on the spot give you a solution right now. That's not how that works.
So it looks like the things that are covered underneath confidentiality are birth control, sexual assault treatment, mental health support, substance abuse treatment, and medical record access. These are the only things that I see that are completely covered underneath it.
Okay, and I totally agree with those.
Yep, because especially in the especially if it's like within the family, that like sexual assault is happening. Yeah, that should, if somebody's getting
Rare
treatment.
Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, like this is just pretty common sense that kids should be able to get treatment without the parents. If the parents are causing the problem, they should be able to get treatment for it without the parents knowing. That's very yeah.
Wait, sorry, I was like muted.
So yeah, I don't even see anything about like being like QB blockers. But I mean personally, I think it should extend to that kind of stuff.
Probably because Gavin Newsom's a transphobic piece of shit, but
Newsom
Wait,
is?
so
Yep.
Huh.
So I'm sorry. If he's transphobic, I can only imagine what other governors are transphobic, because he passed the law that gives kids at the age of 12 control of their own medical records and consent to certain medical gender transforming treatents.
No, it doesn't say that
Didn't
they
you
can.
just say that
Yeah, it
it
doesn't give
doesn't have
them.
that in it?
I say that I personally think that they should have the ability. Like I think that they should have the ability to seek at least puberty blockers with proper medical. Like if you have somebody who's actually regularly checking up on their health and that kind of stuff.
Well, what was the exact law that he passed? Because I said that he passed a law where 12-year-olds could have access to, or not access, but they could have influence over their own medical records. That was the law he passed, right? And you said you affirmed that, or is that not what you affirmed?
Were you not listening when
He
he's reading
passed a
out
law that helps. So
No, I was muted.
okay, so the law essentially only prevents parents from accessing information regarding birth control, sexual assault treatment, mental health support, substance abuse treatment, and medical records related to those 4 things.
So parents, in every case where that child is given treatment, is not
If they
allowed
wish
to.
to keep this information from the parents,
Oh, sorry.
because that's how HIPAA works. Is that you're it's so like if I want my dad to have access to my medical records, I have to sign a HIPAA release form for them to release it. If I want even my own doctor to see, my own stuff, I have to sign a HIPAA form and have it sent over. This is just how medical records work. Is that it is assumed that nobody has access to them, and that under these 4 things they're automatically going to fall underneath this HIPAA. The data, the children would have to release it to the parents.
Yeah, okay, I can understand the HIPAA law. I guess where I'm confused is why they're given so much freedom.
I don't think that's a lot of freedom to be able to, those 4 things, getting do you think that a minor should be able to ask for drug and alcohol related issues, get help from that without their parents' permission? I see no reason why a parent should have to sign off on somebody who says that I need help, recovering from drugs.
I think at least the parents should have knowledge that they shouldn't be excluded from that. I mean, okay, if the child has a genuine issue, I can understand that why the child would be given in a way be granted automatically to that treatment without like a parent sign off. But
It's like life-saving
I
care
mean,
too. Like in a lot of life-saving situations, parents are just like if like even like even if you have nobody else in your family, there's a lot of situations where people just do life-saving care on you unless if you explicitly have like a DNR or something.
Sorry, I couldn't hear trans alpine.
Oh, I didn't. Sorry, I didn't say anything.
No, okay. Okay, so I feel like we're coming to a conclusion here. So the conclusion is that kids at the age of 12 should be allowed access to puberty blockers if they have a gender incongruence without a parent sign off.
I think that should be the case. If they're especially in the cases of, I don't think we should make people jump through hoops to like say, hey, prove that their parents are, there needs to be a doctor involved clearly, because that's how puberty blockers are administered. But I don't see any reason why a parent must. These types of mental health support, substance abuse treatment, sexual assault treatment, these are all things that are very similar in terms of putting children at risk. So under that logic, if preventing gender affirming care puts children at risk, I see no reason why it shouldn't fall underneath the same category.
I mean, in all categories, parents should have full knowledge of the treatment their kid is getting.
In an ideal world, yes. But for life-saving care, I don't think it matters. I see no reason why.
I mean, if my parent doesn't know I'm getting life-saving care, they also wouldn't know that I'm going through a crisis. I think that's also an issue.
You would tell them unless if you had a reason to keep it from them, likely.
I think
Hold
the
on,
point of the law is like if the parents are the source of the problem.
Yeah.
Are the parents okay? If you were to give me a ballpark estimate, percentage wise, of how often they're the problem, what would it be?
In like sexual assault cases and like
No.
well,
I
that's what
meant
the law is talking about.
well, no. I'm saying no. I'm saying in terms of like they're the problem, which okay. Let me formulate this. I guess in terms of oh my gosh, what was my question? I guess for like the treatment that children are getting, like keeping it from their parents. Yeah, like what percentage? Like if kids were going to keep the treatments they're getting private from their parents, what percentage of the cases would be the parents' fault, or like the reason, like the parents would be the reason for that? If
Based
that
off
makes
of
sense.
just general across the board, what people think about
Yeah, just guess.
transgender uh, 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 care, 56% of adults support banning healthcare professionals for providing gender affirming care for minors.
Wait, sorry, you said 56% of adults. Okay.
56% of adults. So definitely a percentage we should care about at that point. When it's like half of the kids, and it only takes one parent to bring this to make this a big issue for a kid. It only takes one parent to make a child's life hell.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I got to go here.
Okay,
But it was a good conversation.
I
So
respect that you're or I appreciate that you're being respectful during the conversation. That's it's we can't get anything. You can't make any progress in terms of conversations if there's no respect.
I know. And I respect how um you guys think and just how cordial you are because I know that there's people who like there was a guy up here like 30 minutes ago who just used the F slur and I was like there's no way. So but
Yeah,
yeah, I'm glad you're hosting this space and happy Thanksgiving.
you too. Have a good rest of your day. Hopefully, if you're seeing relatives, they don't drive you insane. No.
Yep. All right, see ya.
Okay, bye.
Hope you learned something.
How you doing today, Astrid?
Pretty all right. How about you?
Pretty all right.
Cool.
Do.
I'm making mashed potato casserole.
Ah, do you have any plans for tonight? Or
Oh, no. My Thanksgiving was last month.
oh, okay. On to the next. Hey, Bree, could I get your age and pronouns, please?
I am 33. She, her are my pronouns.
Do you disagree with
Hi,
moms?
friend.
Or
I do slightly.
okay,
I don't believe transphobia is the problem entirely. I also think the mass amounts of misinformation is also the problem. And I think that's the bigger problem than transphobia. Because transphobics are like racists, just throw them in the trash. But the people that actually engage in transphobic behavior, not because they're transphobic, but just because they're misinformed, I think is the bigger problem.
yeah,
Given
it's.
our last guest, I think that's valid.
I think a lot of it too is like there's a good percentage of the population who, even if they have like trans kids, that would have it like they would think that being cautious about this stuff and not trusting what the science is clearly showing, like that caution is. I understand they mean it from a well place, but like it's actually causing harm because we like if we already know what's gonna happen, there's no reason to doubt it. Essentially, when we know that the hesitation will cause harm. So
The hesitation absolutely causes harm. That's why so many children go through a lot because they're afraid of their parental reaction. Like the previous guest was saying, well, the parents need to be informed. Well, the parents would be aware if they were aware of their child and that child felt safe with them.
yeah,
I'm in
exactly.
California. I'm a medical professional. I understand the law that he was talking about. It doesn't give 12-year-olds the right to do whatever they want with their body. It gives children the right to have a safe space with a medical professional in order to handle issues like sexual assault, drug issues, gender affirming care platforms for them to be informed and allow them to make their own decisions without a parent reaction causing more harm.
Does it include gender affirming care stuff?
Not necessarily, not explicitly. It is within the umbrella of care. Like they can't take any medications, but they can definitely go to therapy.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what I figured. It would be under like mental health support. Yeah, that makes sense. Because that's I had just read a thing up about it, and it didn't like mention any sort of like transgender or like affirming care, like actual.
Yeah, like any
medical
sort of
care.
medications that are prescribed in medical treatments would have to go through a bunch of hoops in order to be approved without parental involvement. But going to therapy and saying, hey, my parent's beating me, or hey, I'm afraid of how my parent's going to react to this, what are my options? That is what that law is for.
Yeah, and it's pretty clear that, like, I mean, he might have heard the previous guest from somewhere. I assume that he probably just heard it from somewhere, that somebody said something that was either misleading or misleading, because it's like disinformation. So they're purposely spreading bad information about it. And
that's what I think the bigger problem is the majority of the information being spread about the trans community and gender affirming care for children, and all of that is being taken so out of the ballpark of what it actually is. No, you cannot get gender reassignment surgery for your 6-year-old, but ask a red pill person and they're like, well, that's what they want to do, is they want to give 6-year-olds gender reassignment surgery. No, that's not what's actually happening.
Yeah, it's like a straw man of the argument.
It is, like, and there's so many of them, and it's so harmful.
It's like, if anything, we can look at the case of like what John Money did to David Reimer and say, no, we really don't want to be messing with like kids' genitals and stuff, because we know that it's not a good thing to do. Better if, like, even if it's like ambiguous, to just leave it and let them figure out what they want to do with their body. It's like a wild concept.
It is such a wild concept. I don't understand, and that's another issue, is the parental entitlement to their children. I feel like that's another issue within our country. Is that he was like, well, the parents have the right, and it's like, no, they don't. A child is its own person, and at 12, 15, 16, they're deciding how they want to approach the world, and they're figuring out what their gender identity is, and they're figuring out who they want to be as a person, and they don't need anybody influencing that in a harmful manner.
Somebody said that trans ideology is based off of John's Money work. No, it's not. It's so it's part of the collection of work that is cited still to this day. Usually for it's with a negative connotation. But the actual, like, John Money had a theory that of gender neutrality, which was that it proposed that all gender behavior is learned and not something that isn't innate to the physical body. And the theory further proposed that individuals' gender could be changed or altered within the first years of childhood. This idea has been completely rejected, and that's part of the problem with what he did, is that his hypothesis was a complete failure. I could see why if like under the hypothesis that he was running, why it might have been he thought he was doing good. But it's very clear if that David did not look about what happened to him as a good thing.
That was in my city.
What city is that? I didn't even know where. Was it? Wait, Winnipeg?
Yep.
I got it. I was like, I knew they were born in Winnipeg. I just didn't know if it was the case. No, Jaws. He was not doing exactly what trans ideology leads to. He was pushing the idea of gender neutrality, and that's not what like the general scientific consensus of what trans people are now is. It's not that we can change our genders based off of, like, the idea is that it's nature, not nurture. Money was pushing the idea that,
So I'm
that
not
gender is
all
nurtured.
too familiar with that.
Okay, go ahead. It's good, Brie.
I'm not all too familiar with him and his ideologies, or them and their ideologies. Sorry, but I do believe that as a society overall, we force gender to be attached to biological. I'm sorry, I'm making pies words. Biology, and they're not. I feel like gender is a society norm, and I feel like just because you're born a certain sex doesn't mean that's your gender, whether you're masculine or feminine or somewhere in the middle or neither. I feel like as a society moving forward, if we were to have a more neutral view on children as they're growing and not force them into boxes because of their genitalia, I feel like that would be more conducive to an environment that would allow for better mental health for those of us that are not born biologically the same as our gender, as society views it. Does that make sense? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't think I necessarily disagree with you on anything. A lot of Money's work is looking at the idea of if gender is based off of the idea of nature or nurture. So whether it's something that's intrinsic to us or is it something that is learned. And what Money's work did really show us is that it is something that is innate to us. That we can't our feelings about our gender can't be taught. We can't you can't make somebody who feels that they're a man believe that they're a woman. That is exactly what Money tried to do, and that's the reason why basically everybody across the board says that what he did was wrong, at least in terms of, or he caused harm, and that we shouldn't use his work as an example of what we should do. So.
No, I agree with that point. I feel that as a society, if we were to view gender as something more fluid and something that is expressed over the years as a child grows to learn themselves, versus something that's automatically assigned at birth, that it would solve a lot of the dysphoria problems. I feel like a lot of the issues that the trans community faces is caused by the dysphoria that is caused because at birth you're assigned a gender when you shouldn't be.
Yeah.
I don't believe you should be assigned a gender at birth. I believe that's something that the child needs to learn and express later on in life when they have learned who they are.
Yeah, I totally agree with you that it's something that kids and people will discover as they grow up, but that it's not something that you can try to push somebody some way, but you can't. It's not going to change how they end up actually feeling about themselves. Mm-hmm. That's what mostly.
No, as a cis woman, I nobody could force me to be a man.
Yep, exactly.
Period.
Yep, yeah. And that's what Money was kind of doing is he was trying to force a cis man to be a woman. And yeah, it was hard. Pretty wretched what he did. So I don't think I necessarily disagree with you, okay. So I'm mostly looking for opposition. So I'm going to move on.
I was about to take my space and leave. I just kind of wanted to vocalize some of the things that were misinformed from the last guest and be able to express that to your followers.
Yep. Well, thank you. I hope you have a great rest of your day. And happy Thanksgiving if you're in the US.
Happy Thanksgiving if you celebrate it.
Yeah. All right. Bye.
Okay. No. I can't find my peppercorns.
Oh no, not your peppercorns, Astrid. Hi, do you disagree with background? And can I get your age and pronouns?
I do disagree with your background, and I'm in my 30s, and I'm a man.
All right. Why do you disagree?
How are you?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
I disagree.
Sorry.
Yeah, not too bad. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Obviously from the UK, we don't celebrate it, but I've got American family, so I vibe with that. Yeah. So obviously, as a statement, I mean, it's loaded, is what people like to say, isn't it? But from going on the conversations that have been said, especially from Brie, who just went down, she was saying that there's no particular way to do gender, and that kids as young as 6 are not being put on this pathway in a medical sense. Well, the medical sense begins when a parent decides to change the language of which they constrain their children. And so when you tell a little camp boy or a particularly tomboyish girl, and you change their pronouns and you change the way that you interact with them based on sexual stereotypes, that is putting them on the pathway. Even, like, I'm not here to disagree or agree with when that medical triggering begins. There's a lot of misinformation and disinformation around that, but it begins when you identify away from the biological reality, which does happen from the ages younger than 6 in some cases, particularly in places, in the US on the coasts. It happens quite a lot, and it's very prevalent in the privileged West, and also in places like Iran and Pakistan, where this is a way to deal with gender nonconformity.
So I think there's some
You're saying
problems.
conversion therapy works?
Go ahead, Astrid.
So you're saying conversion therapy works then?
No, I'm saying if it starts, that is conversion therapy. When you tell LNG people that they are the opposite sex and that they are straight people, that is converting them.
What people?
So, for example, with homosexual transsexuals or trans people who, before they transitioned, were proto-gay youth or gay and lesbian, when you say that they are not those things, they are not inherently gay, that they are straight members of the opposite sex, that is conversion therapy. Why? Because it happens in places like Iran, where you cannot, because it's a theocratic, conservative state, the way to deal with the homosexual problem is to transition these men, some women as well, that's growing, but it's more developed with men who are pushed on a transitional pathway. So we know that happens in very conservative states, and it's been taken up.
That sounds fake.
Yeah, just based off of what I know about Iran, don't think that they're the most, like, it would be very odd to me that they'd be welcoming of trans people in any sort of sense.
No, it's documented even by BBC, particularly like mainstream broadcaster, but it's a known thing. It is a known thing that happens, and it's being taken up by conservative theocracies around the Abrahamic religious world. And it's interesting that it's taken up so prominently by the US, which is a particularly...
Please hold your talking points until we confirm this.
Feel free. A deep shame. And conversion therapy is not real. It's only real if we all pretend, and that's why that's this issue with transphobia is, what is it? Does it require me to say things I don't believe? Even the other day at work, I was told off for correctly sexing one of the senior management team, and I have to change my language in order to get paid and put bread on the table. And that's the problem here. It's
transphobic, and you're mad that you got in trouble?
I'm not transphobic, but it's the idea of what transphobic
someone which is transphobic, and you got in trouble, and now you're mad about it.
Well, over in this country, it's still up for debate where this discourse ends and begins, because none of us have, given consent. I don't see, a straight man who's transitioned and got kids and a wife as any type of woman. And so for me to have to admit that is going against my religious and personal, widely held belief. It's a widely held belief.
So I actually am seeing this from the BBC. You are correct in saying that there is pressure in Iran for people to be where homosexual acts are punishable by death. That it's they're pushing people to be transgender because somehow that is socially acceptable, which is like,
yes,
what? I disagree with so I disagree that yeah, I understand why it's happening, but I disagree that like homosexual acts should be punishable at all. To begin with, I think this is more of a problem of Iran having a fucked system than we shouldn't. I mean, I agree that we shouldn't be pushing people to be transgender in the first place. This is more of a problem of Iran has a fucked system than anything else.
I agree, but the point I'm making with mentioning that is, can you see the logic that gender is a prison and is used to control people who are gender non-conforming? That's the point. Whether it's used by a theocratic, murderous, homophobic state, or it's used by one that's neoliberal and Western and privileged, doesn't mean that it doesn't come from the same root and is reifying the prison that is gender. It constrains people to behave in ways that conform with either one of the sexes, but even if it's not yours, let's pretend that you are the other because it's easier to deal with you. That's the problem. It's the prison.
Well, that kind of just defeats the purpose of people who are like non-binary. Non-binary people clearly exist, and they exist outside of the ideas of what like Western or their culture thinks of gender.
What makes men and women that identify as non-binary? It's the fact that they don't dress and behave in accordance with stereotypes. It's not challenging the stereotypes, it's upholding them.
As men or women, you are being transphobic currently.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll put that down because we disagree on what transphobia constitutes. I think it constitutes murder, torture, and mistreatment based on medical malpractice and
What?
other things.
Why?
Do you think
That's what
that
transphobia is.
do you think it's
It's
racist?
mistreatment
People
It's
are just saying the
mistreatment
funniest things
of
today.
people. If anyone's welcome around my house, even if your ID is trans or have transitioned, transsexuals, particularly homosexual transsexuals, I've got a lot of time for people in that community. I came of age with them. Nothing against them. I would never mistreat them in a public space. However,
In private, you would misgender them? Oh, actually, no, you did
Yes.
misgender someone in public, and you got in trouble for it, and now you're salty.
but this was just a guy who transitioned literally a few days ago, and I know obviously that he's married with
But
kids
still.
and there's a whole bunch of stuff there.
Okay, what
Maybe
does
feel
him being or her being married with kids have anything to do with her gender?
I've met trans widows. I've met people who feel, I've met people that have been victims of AGP abuse and narcissism. And there's a connection there. Not in every case, but many straight men who transition, there's some sort of narcissistic paraphilic root there that actually...
Drop him.
So autogynephilia is not actually recognized by any medical organization. There's no evidence for it whatsoever. AGP?
Okay, fair enough. So the conversation has moved on. My initial point, because most people that I care about, my biggest political sort of driver with all of this is the harm done to homosexual people, via discourse, via medical malpractice, via conversion therapy. That's my biggest concern. Everything else is secondary. The biggest concern is what's happening mostly to children in the West, but also across...
the gay liberation movement in the 60s did to us then. You're exclusionary. We fight for everyone, and you throw us under the bus for some, perceived normality on your part. So you're kind of a piece of shit.
You've got nothing really to say. You've reached the crux of your arguments, and the only thing you can say is to call me names and to be homophobic. That's a tale as old as time, and it's why we're growing in movement. The LGBT Alliance is doing so well. We are going to separate from you guys because you're rude, you're abusive, and you'd rather call us names than deal with the actual arguments that we bring to the table.
What are you going to do? Start calling us redcoats soon?
Fuck you.
Yeah,
so it's nothing you can say. You've reached your intellectual capacity, so now you're just going to call me names. I actually am well researched. I desisted from a trans identity. I've got no problem with any gay person that IDs as trans.
Desistance
my
is a loaded
fight
word.
is with straight people, and it's against straight stereotypes that are imposed upon gender non-conforming men and women, girls and boys who are mostly LG. And I just think it's disgraceful that you can bring to the table nothing but name calling and abuse.
So I would agree with the idea that most people who are gender non-conforming would be considered bi or lesbian, but that doesn't mean that trans people don't exist also.
I didn't say that people that are gender non-conforming cannot be straight, but there is over prevalence with homosexuality. I don't know why that's the case. I really don't. My husband is a gender non-conforming man. It's different and it's not as clear cut, but it just tends to be the case. I don't know why. I really don't know why.
So I know that I understand that at least with how within a culture, people who identify as gay, they actually will. There's been studies on how. Even just within not even just necessarily gay, but people who feel different from a group, they'll either talk, dress, they'll do something differently to out themselves. If that makes sense. Okay, Astrid, thanks for coming. So that would make sense that they wouldn't necessarily conform within the gender roles, that they want to distinguish themselves a little bit, just so that in terms of being able to identify each other is important within a society.
Right. What point are you making here? Sorry.
So the point is that I would understand why that it makes sense that people who are uh, essentially who do explicitly are not wanting to align within like the sexual norms are, and I mean norms as in what the majority percentage, not and like try to construe any normative value like positive or negative. I have no problem with gay people. I grew up with gay best friends, so it's it's just that they want to like essentially separate themselves throughout a variety of ways, and one of the ways that they do that is being less gender conforming.
I hear you. I
But
think the issues here come from there's a very clear distinction between gender nonconformity in proto gay youth, and for that to be transitioned in any way in language, in medicine, by the state through its schools network, or by parental confirmation, which is usually also influenced by other institutions and factors, that whole entire complex is incorrect and is inherently homophobic. It's homophobic to impose gender on youth or anybody. And what transition does is impose a rigidity, even in the cases where it's non-binary, because non-binary means that you are upholding the stereotypes by saying, I'm not a man or woman because I don't agree with the stereotypes, rather than challenge the stereotypes and own your stuff and help change the rigidity of gender. You're just upholding it by saying that's not me, and it's an individualization. And I think one of the curses of modern society is the individuation that we see. It's a complete neglect of community and social cohesion, and it's a problem. And I think Americanized discourses tend to be very individualistic, and that's why America has taken up these things so well and embedded it into your institutions, and it's now being unbedded, sadly, by bad faith actors, right?
are you saying that the reason why we have we think that trans people should like be respected is because of the fact that there's faith actors? Because I would simply disagree with that. I would say that the evidence is very clear that we understand now that trans people exist, and that their identities have nothing to do with sexuality and everything to do with how they see themselves.
It's not a case that it's so. I think the bad faith actors, by the way, are people like Trump and at the extremes. This isn't against Republicans, but the extremes of the Republican Party over here. We've got the Nigel Farages, and again, not a problem with people that vote that way, but it's a massive problem because when you are a leftist in your soul, I've been a member over here with the Greens and Corbyn's Labour, which is like our Bernie Sanders and our like Mondamis. They're the people who naturally I fight alongside and have been a member of these organizations in my 20s. I'm now in my 30s. The reification of gender and the uptake and the uncritical nature of some of the discourses around gender in those spaces, you're a pariah. You're completely pushed out. You're not allowed to be gender critical and be like, oh, okay, gender's a prison. Maybe we should abolish gender or at least modernize it. I think gender is a prison in and of itself and is an institution more harmful than like money or, like some of the more extreme iterations of the prison system. It's obviously useful to have a judiciary complex, but obviously I think we can all see that America's taken it too far when compared to Europe and some of like its underlying philosophies. So I think it's just a harmful practice, a harmful institution that is inherently a prison when it's applied to the masses as a system for organization and the way it is. But that's not to say that male and female obviously have differences. And when you remove those differences and you make it about gender, we see problems in like women's prisons and women's sports. In gay and lesbian spaces, it becomes very clear quite quickly why we need to uphold sex distinctions, not at the expense of gender differences. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so I understand. I think I agree with you that the idea of gender is kind of harmful. It's a norm that kind of has been imposed by societies often through what I would consider like our past of what I would say like definitely a male dominated society has caused differences between genders that I think are harmful, especially among on women and females. But that I think my contention mostly is with the fact that there's people out there who see that people who don't conform to these ideas of gender, and they think that they don't exist, or that they're worse for some reason because they don't align within these gender norms.
The conversation is circular because I agree with you up until the point we're talking about people that identify outside of that system because of the system. It goes back onto itself. So you're saying, trans people, non-binary people, they should be respected. I agree with you on the basis of their gender non-conformity. I just disagree that the categories themselves are a way out of the problem of homophobia and effeminaphobia and anti-butcher, like all of those gender complexes that have been around forever and that continue to be around and are prevalent across the world. I don't think a way of getting us out of those problems is to create third categories and to encourage people to identify outside of their biological reality. I think that is the problem, and that's why it's a prison in and of itself.
That's so weird. I don't think I necessarily disagree with you on that either. It's that I would just say that it makes sense within our society to at least use the term trans, because people use the word gender, and that while gender itself may be problematic, it's a simple fact of the reality that people use it no matter how much we like. I would disagree that, or I would agree that gender is something that is harmful to society as a whole, because of how it's used. But not necessarily that it's, that trans people are still attacked regardless, because, within the framework of gender, essentially. There's a problem within the problem. And I think we both agree that there's problems here.
Yes, we do. And I think what we're getting tied up with, especially, in American discourses, we're supposed to hate each other and I'm supposed to vote Republican. And I refuse to do any of those things. I know lots of people, in the last 10 years, when this problem started to come to light in the corners of LGBT politics, particularly with lesbian feminists, who I'm friends with, many of them, it was really tricky at the time. And many of them have gone and said, you know what? It's a problem with the left. The left is postmodern. It has no interest in upholding working class rights. It's moved away from its socialist principles and is now just a neoliberal identitarian mess full of privileged straight people that want to be oppressed. I understand why they've done that. I will not budge. I will never vote for Reform or Nigel Farage. I'll never turn my back on some of my socialist principles. At the same time, it is undeniably a massive issue, and it is driven by gibberish and gobbledygook and academic nonsense. It's literally George Orwell's issues around language and stopping us from thinking coherently about an issue, because if you can distort the language to such a point where we can't even have a conversation, even though we don't disagree, from what I've heard from our conversation here, we can't move on because we just inherently have a different understanding of what these identities are and what verifies them. Gender dysphoria is real. I used to have gender dysphoria. I care about gender dysphoric youth. But in my case, transition would have harmed me. And that's why it's an issue. That's why I was driven into this discourse, many years ago, and continued to be.
But wouldn't you agree, though, that there's pretty good evidence to show that gender affirming care can result in overly, at least opposed to rejecting somebody's ideals of gender, of what they think themselves as. It's very clear that affirming somebody's feelings is much more, or their thoughts is much more important than rejecting them.
No, not at all. So because I've also spent time in mental institutions and psychiatric wards, again, I'm opening up a lot more than I would usually because I have time for you. You're being respectful and you're allowing me to speak. I'm being real with you. So no, if I was affirmed in some of the things I was saying those 10 years ago, that would have been inherently harmful. In my case, if I have been affirmed when I was 14, that again would have added an additional complex. I'd be standing here today as a detransitioner and not as just a desister of an identity. I desisted away from my identity. But if I was literally 2 years younger, I would have been affirmed because the school policy was built at that point. So I got away so luckily. But people that are a few years younger than me, and I'm in my mid-30s, didn't get away from it, when it sort of the expansion of gender dysphoria treatment was expanded, that's when it became such a huge problem. And so it's like shit. And I've met these people, and it's a really sad situation. I think there's one in here who I've seen. There's a few others that might come in, and it's like, really do speak to them. They're a bit younger, a little bit more angry about the situation, understandably. But I think you should listen to people that have been harmed and have really experienced medical malpractice. A lot of them are LGB.
So, using the word assistance, and that's a bit of a loaded word in some regards, because that kind of, under the current usage of the word assistance, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it kind of is implying that it's historically been used as a way to say that what transgender people think is somehow abnormal or wrong in some sense.
In what case? What we found is that, I mean, a lot of these studies and stuff, it was not like an option. It was a pathway. It was. Bear with me while I gather my thoughts. When you put young people on puberty blockers and then they go to cross-sex hormones, there is no chance to really think about the alternative, because there's an inherent immaturity there, literally biologically, and also what we're seeing is like in brain scans and IQ levels, everything is sort of lacking development in its usual way, more than just like genitals and other things. There's other additional stressors and issues with immaturity. And so like that emotional maturity and brain complexity and IQ development, all of those things are paused, not to the same degree as your bodily functions. I mean, that's a different conversation with pedophilia and other things to consider. But like just maturity, it's a pause in a very real sense. If you pause something, you can't think about it. You have to go through the pain of puberty to really come out the other side. And then if you still want to transition when you're an adult, fully developed, that's a conversation to be had through choice. But it's not a choice if it's imposed. If there's a societal pressure like there is in Iran, like there is now in the West, which is being challenged, the UK is leading the way, but it's still not where it needs to be. Like that's the problem.
So, my understanding for why at least in the UK of at least with like puberty blockers not being allowed anymore, was because of the CAS review, which basically showed that it didn't actually say that. It kind of was not even like going against what puberty blockers were being used for. The reason why puberty blockers started being used is because it helps prevent worsening of things such as dysphoria among people who continue on into onto cross-sex hormones, essentially. But the CAS review basically said that there's not any medical evidence that's just, and I would agree that puberty blockers don't actually really help with dysphoria to begin with. And it's pretty clear that you don't actually want to be on puberty blockers for like super extended periods of time. But if you're only on them for a few years before going on to like cross-sex hormones, there aren't as many like issues per se. Like I know whenever you start puberty blockers, like bone health density stops developing as much, but like you don't see puberty blockers making things substantially worse. And what we do see is that after people start going onto cross-sex hormones or stop taking puberty blockers and just go through puberty normally, they rapidly catch back up to what the median of what they're expected to be as. So that's part of the reason why at least why the UK paused things such as puberty blockers. But what we do know for a fact, beyond any sort of doubt, is that people who identify as transgender, who are allowed to get puberty, allowed to be put on puberty blockers and then hormones, have 60 to 75% lower rates of suicide and depression, and the regret rates of compared to people who weren't allowed to go on puberty blockers are much lower. We see that people who aren't allowed to do this, there are definitely people who don't regret it, but there's a lot more who do compared to when we allow things such as puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones, if that makes sense.
It's there are so many other factors to consider here, and it's impossible to go into it. I appreciate the conversation. I mean, when these first things started to reify properly with puberty blockers and transition in the 90s, most of those organizations understood that 80% wouldn't transition, and then there was a sudden shift. All of this was expanded, and now we see that all of them mostly transition. It's impossible, because these studies haven't included a variable where they don't go on that pathway, and where actually they're encouraged to be free and gender nonconforming. That's incredibly difficult because some parents are embarrassed by gender nonconformity. My dad was. It was a struggle. I'm stronger now than I've ever been. It caused me mental health issues, but transition would have been detrimentally harmful on top of that fact, but if I went through puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones, I probably would never have realized and had the life that I've had, and have my marriage and have all these things that have been really good for me. So it's incredibly difficult. I'm against medical transition for young people, for youth. I'm unsure where that age lies. I'm persuadable in some aspects, but I'm against it inherently. I'm against gender being pushed on people. I'm against the use of it in theocratic states. As a Christian, I think it's bad to be used as a way for any Abrahamic faith person, any person of the book, to use that to treat homosexuality, which what we're seeing increasingly across the world. I think it's harmful. And I think it's incredibly hard to build up the studies that can see the variables for children that don't go on this. It's not going to be used in that way. There's a lot of money to be made in this current situation, and there's a lot of upholding of gender norms that also come from the whole discourse around it in the West as well. But I think it's harmful for everybody.
Yeah, and I think I would like to have a conversation with you sometime, later, about the older desistance rates. A lot of the ways that they came to 80% of desistance, they're really methodologically flawed. They would basically take a group of people who didn't have clinical levels of what we would consider gender dysphoria now, and everybody who was just questioning, not people who are persistent and consistent about their dysphoria. They essentially what it required is that trans people had to be absolutely sure and never hesitated for once about how they felt about themselves. Well, to be cis, you're just, you can question yourself all the time, and that's fine. It's two different standards of what we would expect from, of how we're measuring things. And a lot of them, if somebody didn't show up for a follow-up, they just assume that they detransitioned instead of removing them from the group. So then we got high rates as high as 94% in some cases. But when you really look at the studies, they're just methodologically flawed all over the place. And more newer studies that don't have these same methodological flaws have found desistant rates around and satisfaction rates around 95+%, basically across the board. Most of the time, it's around 3% to 0.3% of people who end up desisting in some sort of way.
Time will tell, and these things will come to light, as the different lobby groups lose power and other things happen, for Europe and particularly the UK, as Stonewall is continually dismantled and other groups come, adults in the room come, and we actually follow up with people anecdotally, and then the studies will follow for people that were the edge cases, that fall outside of that dichotomy, and it's used as a political football, as many things are, but it's incredibly hard when you're up against studies that have not had a control group, that have not followed usual medical science practices and regulations. It's reified out of nowhere. It was expanded in the early 2010s, and then language was imposed. 2015 to 2020, we saw, trans women are women, trans men are men, and it was the final cement to be able to not think outside of these things. The studies may be flawed for many reasons, but there are so many more people that are waking up and going, do you know what? I could have been on that cohort. I could have done this. And they're outside of that paradigm. And I think what we're going to see in the coming years is more and more people that historically are very liberal or vote left or just getting on with their lives saying, yeah, I had these feelings. This could have been me. I also went through this trauma or had a particularly conservative family. It's these issues are now coming into the mainstream. It's gone out from being like funded by pressure groups and lobby groups and campaign groups, and it's becoming mainstream. And so we're going to see the discourse change, and then the studies will follow once the discourse moves. But that's how it goes. That's how it goes.
Well, we already have the studies of what, like, under the assumption that trans people don't exist. That's what the history, I mean, all the studies in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and even into the 90s basically just assumed that trans people didn't exist, or at least the researchers didn't think they did. That it was some sort of delusion or, like, a medical issue that needed to be fixed. And that, you know, the effective treatment was trying to, like, essentially use, like, conversion therapy in other ways. If there was, or even trying, you know, other ways to dissuade people from being trans. And yet these people still, when you look at, when you do samples of them, if you just take random samples of, like, overall from people who did end up going through transitioning, the regret rates are very low, at like 3% at most, regret in some way. And a lot of the times you need to be looking at things of, like, why they regret transitioning. And a lot of times it's because of, like, their family disapproving of it. Not because they actually regret what they feel like they are, you know, that they're happier with themselves. It's that other people are not happy with them. And that's the problem I want to address. Is that there's people who don't accept people for who they are. And that's the problem.
We've come right the way back on several points. Like, the conversation could just go on and on. I see it as a pipeway. It's a pipeway, not a pathway. It's not an optional pathway through puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones. It's a pipeline. There's no way out for people that have already gone through that and had no real pause to feel the discomfort and come out the other side. There's an overrepresentation of autistic young people, and particularly same-sex attracted. It's all very wrong. I hope I've planted some seeds with the discourses and how it's used medically in Iran and growingly across the Muslim world. And that also will be held up by theocratic states, Christians too, other places where homosexuality is a problem to be fixed. It's a huge issue. Men cannot be women. Women cannot be men. Lesbians are female. Gay men are male, and that is the belief. That's the hill that I would die on.
I hope you understand that I completely agree that using becoming transgender as a way to, like, quote unquote fix homosexuality is absolutely absurd and should not be done. I hope we can agree on that.
But it is done. It is done increasingly.
But that isn't like, if you're bringing that up, it's not something that I argue for. I think that's a problem
not
too.
In the privileged West, no.
Yeah.
But it's done cleverly. So they just say, oh, you know, let trans kids be trans. Let's keep things free. It's done in a different way. And of course, it's not always the case for its LGB kids, but there's an overrepresentation that's unignorable, that's going to become more and more seen publicly in the mainstream discourse through science and medical studies. It's shifting, and you will always know that at this point, late into the discourse, having been in this fight for 10 years, you know, you're late to the game. You're just understanding now that this is happening in Iran and across the Muslim world and across the theocratic states and the conservative majority states. That's happening right now, and it's going to get worse. And then it's going to be you're going to confront it, going to confront the discourse. It's going to be uncomfortable. I wish you well, and I've got to go now, but be well.
All right, you have a great rest of your day.
And you.
Plessy, you can't, or Reclusy, you can't decide if you want to be on Twitch or TikTok. But my question, always your question. Oh yeah, but then why are only 1% of trans youth given access to use medication? Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know. I think that also depends on where you're looking at, on what the percentage rates are. So. Hey, Crocodile, can I get your age and pronouns, please?
Absolutely. I'm 27 and he had.
Have I talked with you before?
We may have.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure.
I might have either seen you on a different stream or something. I don't know, the crocodile tears part. I don't know. It looks familiar for some reason.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
This is tough. What?
Do you disagree with the background? or the discussion that we were having.
Background, yeah.
So
I have a 2-year associate's degree in psychology. I have studied or looked at some of the papers. Not that my degree makes me any more educated than the next person in terms of talking about these studies or these findings. I just wanted to kind of state my position and then have you kind of tell me where you may disagree.
Mhm.
Yeah, sure. So I think that there's a fundamental flaw in terms of using neuroscience to establish gender identity. So I would just state that neuroscience studies are often invoked to support gender identity claims, but the evidence does not justify those conclusions. The problem with this information being cited in debates is that they are often misquoted or they're not understood entirely. For example, claims about the BSDC or the INAH3 often ignore contradictory findings, the effect of hormones, or the small sample sizes. While I can acknowledge that there are subtle differences in transgender or quote cisgender individuals, just using the language for the sake of the debate here, in terms of the structural findings, they're going to be inconclusive, they consistently overlap, and they're certainly not diagnostic. Even meta-analysis that you're going to look at are going to conclude that they cannot predict gender identity at the individual level, and there's no clear neurological sign for gender identity or no causal mechanism for being, that it's been demonstrated or observed. Being that gender identity in and itself is going to be a function of the brain and not a structural one, functional states do not determine biological sex categories. Sex is going to be defined as reproductive organization. I'm sure you would agree with that. So in order to make the claim that there's a neurobiological grounding for an individual's gender identity, you would have to show functional differences or causational evidence, which the studies do not prove.
Well, so I think that gets into like transsexual or transmedicalism, which I don't really debate because I just don't think I don't think it matters what we see inside people's brains. It just matters of how they act, and what the data clearly shows what we should do. The data is very clear that what we should do is support people who identify as transgender.
Exactly. And the positive outcomes from gender affirming care in these studies proves that, like, not affirming them is going to be the harmful option here.
Yeah, sure. So I don't have any contention with people receiving, like, if they want to receive treatment at the at a consenting age where they're able to do so. I have no contention with that. But saying that these procedures make them actually men and women, I have issue with. I have contention with that. And then again,
too. I think they're men or women prior to having access to transitioning medically.
No. So can I ask then? Can I ask then how you would define the words man and woman? We'll just stick with woman. How would you define?
I'm gonna let the host decide which direction he wants to let this go in.
I would generally describe it as somebody who self-identifies as a man or woman based off of what's important to them. And this is also it's using like ideas of what somebody sees in their culture in regard to things such as gender norms, gender roles, behavior, expression, identity, and or physiology.
And
it also is somebody who, it could also be described as somebody who's like subconsciously feels that they are female. Not that they necessarily are, but they subconsciously feel that they are.
And
Yeah,
to
but
add
like,
to that,
sure.
real quick. To just like add to that, now that we've given our definition, can you give us yours? I'm wondering if you have your definition you want to roll off of.
Yeah, sure. I will, but then I also want to respond to Stoke.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So adult human female, and then Stoke. What I'm curious about is you made a bunch of different claims. The first claim being that was absolutely circular, and then the second one saying that someone who identifies or feels as though they are female. I mean, how can you feel female? How can you feel like you have the reproductive? Yeah,
I'm
no.
correcting misinformation. That's why I'm interrupting. Sex and gender are not the same, and you're conflating them.
No. I'm responding directly to
No,
what
he
Stoke
is
said.
responding to what I
And I
said.
know.
Yeah, thank you.
So
Yeah,
But like you
I don't
didn't
think he needs
say
help.
somebody felt female, Stowe. You never said that.
That is what he
You
said.
said they would feel like they're a woman.
Wrong. He did not say
Right?
that. He
I
said
said
female.
female. I should
Okay.
change it to woman.
Yeah.
I'll change it.
It's
right now.
really
Okay,
irritating
okay,
when
okay.
like other people are interjecting and you're saying that I'm mischaracterizing what he's saying, but then
I'm
he
sorry.
corrects you. Yeah. So
And I figured it out. My
maybe just
bad.
allow me to have a conversation with the host here.
So the idea that at least with like, and I guess you could put it as you could split up into like, clearly there's obviously people who are cisgender versus transgender in this definition too, where like cisgender women just feel like, sometimes they don't even necessarily care about anything other than their physiology. But I would say that when it comes down to like transgender individuals, things such as gender roles, behavior, expression, identity, and physiology all matter, just varying effects or to varying degrees.
Right. But again, I mean, so if someone was to feel female aside, I mean, so these people aren't going to know what it is like to be a female, right? They're not going to be embodied as females. They're not going to have the reproductive capacity to produce large gametes. So again, what does it mean to feel female?
That's going to be down to what they see as based off of gender roles, behaviors, expression, identity, and or physiology.
Okay, so right, so just
It's based
stereotypes.
off of well, okay, so it's not stereotypes. It's based off of the knowledge that they've learned growing up. It's based on their understanding of what a man or woman is.
Right. So then you can not use the word female. You could use the word what. But again, this is the issue, right? This is what I find in these spaces is that you're conflating man and woman with masculinity and femininity. So they're ascribing these roles to women, and then they're saying that if they present more feminine, that's what makes them women. That's the problem with this whole idea that you guys are promoting.
No, it's that. There's not one singular. There's not one single aspect in certain terms of between gender roles, behavior, expression, and identity, and or physiology. Not one individual one can necessarily designate somebody as a man or woman, because it's based off of an individual's understanding of these and how they feel about it. It's the same thing goes for sex. There's not actually one single factor that you can point to that determines whether somebody is going to be assigned male or female at birth. There's not one single thing.
Sure. So just to clarify, you think that it would be completely subjective on the individual then?
Pretty much. It's how what one person sees a woman as, and another person sees a man as is going to be completely different. That's just how like my idea of a car is going to be slightly different than when your idea of a car. They're going to line up in a lot of ways, but like there's a lot of things that you could go with like a car where like you could say that a car needs headlights, but it doesn't necessarily need them. It needs 4 wheels. No, you can have a car with 3 wheels. Like there's just a lot of things that you can like from one idea to another, that like these are like typicalities that we can't like enforce we can't. There's not like one definition for car that covers all cars that like limits it down to a certain category.
Yeah, sure, but again,
real quick, we can talk about like the definitions of sex and how intersex people exist. That's not relevant to the topic of how trans people exist, but you're conflating sex and gender, crocodile tears. So until we get past that, I feel like we're not actually going to get to the topic. That's just my 2 cents.
I didn't say anything about people with DSDs. Also, how am I conflating sex and gender?
Because you're talking about being female in relation to being intersex, or in relation to being trans.
Yeah, no. So just to clarify my position, I think gender is used to humanize males and females, right? So again, like the terms woman and man are like they're humanizing terms. And then are you going to deny that there's like, is there any usage for adult human female or adult human male? Like if we're looking at medical literature or we're looking at like history or anything like that?
At that point, we would get into
it's just a yes or no question, to be fair. Like, do you see any like usage, or do you think that there's any like practicality in defining the words man and woman that way?
let me finish and maybe you'll get an answer. He doesn't know how to let someone finish. I see how it is. Okay. So,
This is insufferable.
the terms man and woman being defined in that way all comes down to how you define male and female within those definitions. Eventually you're going to get circular, but we don't need to get into that. That just happens with all language, whether you recognize it or not. So if you are defining the atypicalities within being female and being male, if you're talking about how male women exist and how female men exist, if you're talking about how non-binary people exist regardless of their sex, then cool, it's relevant. But
You're not answering my
no,
question. Yeah.
it,
Just a bunch of
I don't
words,
think
just a
it's
bunch of
relevant
yaps,
unless
not
I
really saying
literally am
anything.
answering it right now. I don't think it's relevant unless we take into account these nuances.
Yeah, what nuances?
The ones I just listed. Are you deaf?
No, I'm just practicing the same like cognitive dissonance that you are right now.
Go ahead and repeat your question, Crocodile. Let me see if I can get.
Yeah, sure. I asked if there's any practicality or do you see any validity to the usage of defining men and women as adult human males and adult human females, sorry.
Because definitions are based off of how we use words. No, because I don't think that limits the category too narrowly and to include or to exclude trans men and women. And there are very good reasons to include trans men and women within the definition.
Sure. What are those reasons?
It just outright leads to better mental health outcomes. You're talking about like a percentage of an actual chunk of the population, but by including them within the framework of language, what we're doing is we're accepting that they're humans and they are who they are, and that they don't need to change who they think they are because we don't make anybody else change who they think they are.
Sure, I'm not arguing that trans people don't exist. What I am arguing is that they are like trans women are women and trans men are men. The issue is there's no sign there's no evidence to prove that these people are who they say they are. You guys conflate neurobiology and say that this states that they are in fact who they say they are, but structural differences. See how I'm being cut off again by Cole? Do you see how I'm also getting cut off again by Cole?
Misinformation is given, you will get cut off. On
Yeah.
this.
No, but it's
Funny how
so
that
explain
works.
to me how it's
Funny
misinformation.
how that works.
So
Sure, explain to me how it's
Any of us brought
misinformation.
up neurobiology while you've been here? Have either of us brought that up while you've been up here?
Right. That's what I
Yes
had
or
talked
no?
about when I
Yes
first
or
got into
no?
it.
I'm gonna pull that back on you. Yes
well,
or no?
and I told you neurobiology it doesn't matter. I could say the neurobiology could say that there's no difference between trans men and females, or trans
Okay,
women
fair.
and
So
men.
then to
or
clarify
males.
then, so are you saying then that if we cast aside the neurobiological findings that we can look at, we can observe, we can notice that there are some structural differences there. If we cast that aside, are you saying that other than someone's feelings, other than affirming someone based on their mental health to assist them in their transition, there's no other reason as to why we should not refer to them as men and women other than the fact that we just need to be nice to them?
So the reason why you would do that is because it is to their freedom and well-being. If you were
Okay,
to
gotcha.
say otherwise, you would actually result in a contradiction in your worldview due to how we value our actions. And I'd be more than happy to explain that to you.
So I'm going to tell you that I am not going to subscribe to manipulating my own language. I'm not going to subscribe to allowing men and women, women and girls to be violated by the male sex. I am not going to subscribe to that on the account that I may actually benefit the well-being or the mental health of transgender individuals. So tell me how that's a contradiction in my worldview.
It is actually not that you're helping others. It's that by rejecting others' freedom and well-being, you are necessarily special pleading that your freedom and well-being is necessary while theirs is not. And that comes down to 4 different things: you act, you need, you claim, and you universalize. You are a purposeful agent, as in you value your actions, and that's just necessarily going to be the case of what an action and to have a goal in your life means. Everybody has a goal, even if it's subconscious. everybody needs their freedom and well-being in order to actually do anything in terms of make actions. Therefore, they claim the rights to freedom and well-being for themselves. And in order to not essentially special plead, they have to universalize the rights of freedom and well-being for everybody. So in order to say that these people, that we should exclude, or our language should not include these people, would be special pleading that your freedom and well-being is necessary, but theirs is not.
Yeah, but the issue is you would need a basis in which to actually make that claim, right? So when I say that men and women are adult human males and adult human females, there's some validity to that. I can back that up. The problem is you cannot do the same for transgender individuals. So I'm also not necessarily grasping the entirety of your argument here.
Okay.
You're basically saying that I need to affirm these individuals because if I don't do it, not only am I just basically being or not assisting them in their mental health program here, where they're they need to be affirmed so that they have a better what's the word I'm looking for? They have a better
Mental health outcome?
yeah, sure. They have their mental health isn't declining, but also if I don't do that, then I'm special pleading or I am recognizing one group of people's well-being over another's. I don't see the relevance there.
To be clear, we're not making you do anything. You can do whatever the hell you want. We're just telling you how certain things you might think and believe and act upon are harmful to other groups. If you're okay with harming other groups in those ways, you go ahead and do the thing. But we're not forcing you to do anything, to be abundantly clear.
Sure. What about the harm of like women and girls? Like, why is that not being talked about? Like, for example, like
hold on. I'm just going to stop you there. We have no evidence in terms of, we have no idea what the rates of things such as like sexual assaults or anything like that transgender individuals perform.
Sure.
There's
can I
just
give you
no
an
statistics.
instance? Yeah, sure. Can I give you an instance of where this has actually happened? I could give you several, but if I was to give you one
instance, it doesn't matter because we don't have data on it. So you're just making negligent claims at that point. It does not matter.
No. We have like documented, like this is something that literally just happened a couple days ago to a woman who was using a Gold's Gym locker room, and she was observed by someone of the male sex while she was changing her clothes. When she brought it up to the staff, which by the way, this is disenfranchising. This is actually hurting women. When she brought it up to the staff that she does not want to be observed by someone of the male sex, whether they're transgender or not, their membership was revoked.
Went to Gold's Gym, signed a contract stating that people who worked to present the way that they are, for example, trans women who work to present as women, which she was, in that case, they were okay with them being in the same locker rooms as them. That's what the contract that she signed said.
Can you show me that contract?
If she didn't read the contract, that's on her.
Yeah, can you show me that contract?
I can't pull it up for you right now.
Oh, so you're just saying that it's there.
No,
So okay,
and before that's all it says about trans folks in the contract.
Hold on, and the whole point doesn't matter because what you're saying is that there's people that are going to be creeps and weirdos, but that's just going to be the case across the entire board. You could have people who win the Nobel Prize who are creeps and weirdos.
This is the point for safeguarding, though, right? Like
but
we
enact
this.
Hold on. You're saying that you're trying to safeguard them, but we have absolutely zero idea of the rates of what these people do anything at, other than mental health outcomes. Really, we don't know at what rate they commit crimes at. We don't know what rate they like rob banks at. We have no information on this because nobody's done a widespread study of this yet.
Okay,
understood. So in order
to
say that you're trying to protect them, you're actually just making a negligent claim that you're protecting them based off of the lack of information. You have no information to back your claim up. We both agree. We will all agree that there are creeps and weirdos in every category of
right.
humans.
So can I reply to that?
Yeah.
Though? So we have documented cases of trans women committing violence against women and girls in their single sex spaces. You are saying that we don't have. Right. Okay. We agree. Okay. Awesome. We agree. At what point do we acknowledge that this is happening and we do not allow males into that space? based on the fact that this is enabling, this is creating an avenue in which these women
It's
can be
not.
disenfranchised.
Hold on. So Crocodile, do you agree that women also do the same things to women, or that you're claiming that trans people do to women inside their bathrooms?
What's the relevance to that question?
I'm just asking because
Well,
of the
you're
fact
shifting
that
the burden. You're
Well-
shifting the burden. I'm saying we shouldn't allow males because it creates an avenue in which these women can be disenfranchised and they can also be injured or hurt or whatever the case may be. And even if safety was off the table, they still don't belong there on the basis that they're males, not females. But the relevance of your question, you are basically shifting the burden and saying, well, just because women actually create, or you know, they're in this violence as well, or they perpetrate this violence as well, we should just allow men into the bathroom.
Let
What
me
I'm
not
saying
shift
is
the
that-
burden for you real quick. Sorry, real quick.
Go ahead, Cole.
You're wanting trans men to go into women's restrooms.
Yes.
Men who have high testosterone, higher than most of the women in there. Men who don't have tits. Men who don't have a vagina.
Some
You
of them
want
even-
these full men in these women's restrooms. And here's the thing. Men don't even have to dress up as women and say they're trans women to get into the restroom in this scenario. They just, cis men, just have to say, I'm a trans man. And then they don't have to change a thing about them and they're let into the women's restroom. What
Yes,
about that?
I think trans men have every right to be in the female space, and I'll tell you why. I'll give you an analogy. So I would rather have a sheep. Well, no. So it's a sheep in wolf's clothing versus a wolf in sheep's clothing, right?
So reductive.
Yeah, no. It's very true because here's the deal: bathrooms are created. These single sex spaces are created to protect people based on their physical circumstances, not their gender identity. So when a trans man, right, you're cutting me off again, but when a trans man enters like a female space, they actually still don't pose any real risk. And actually, the reason we focus on women and girls is because when trans men enter the male space and use the restroom, they put themselves at risk because they're entering.
Hold on. I'm just gonna cut you off there. So you're saying that that trans men don't pose a risk, but we don't have any information to base that off of. But
I didn't
trans
say that.
women are a risk, but we also don't have any information to base that off of. We just
Yes,
don't
we
have
do.
fucking
Yes, we do.
information about this at
Yes,
all.
yes,
About
we do.
at what rates that they commit crimes at. Because in
Yes, we do.
order for you to be saying that they're putting women at risk, you would have to make the claim. You would have to show that trans women commit crimes at higher rates than women, and we do not absolutely
but it's
do
a
not have
smaller-
information about
Yeah, it's a
this.
smaller demographic. It's a smaller demographic, but I could still show you instances in which this violence is occurring. I don't need specific statistics that show that trans women are engaging in this violence more than a larger group of people. Just because the violence is happening, this is why we safeguard and prevent it from happening. Your argument is fallacious.
So
You're essentially
You're fine with the host interrupting you, by the way, but you're not fine with me interrupting. You're also fine interrupting the host, but you're not okay with other people interrupting.
well. The problem is, Cole, is
Just
every
pointing that
time you
out.
start talking, you add nothing to the conversation. That's the issue.
Oh,
Yeah, laugh.
I
Go.
reject
Yeah,
all.
go.
it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You add nothing to the conversation. And then you also just like misconstrued what's actually being said. Like you were like trying to like steelman the host and you like interpreted what he said completely incorrect. And
Is
so
that
yeah,
true,
you add,
host?
you add nothing
Is
to
that
the
true,
conversation.
host? Because that's whose opinion matters here.
No, Cole was actually trying to correct you on a mistake that I made, and I told Cole that I made a mistake on that, and I actually corrected my notes because I actually agree with Cole on that. So they are de facto by that one single thing adding things to the conversation. I want them to be here. This is my panel, not yours. It's as simple as that.
Well, Cole can be here. I have no contention with that. I just think Cole doesn't have anything to actually add to the
So would
conversation.
you agree though that these things that you're bringing up are anecdotal evidence?
No, they're not. They're not anecdotal because they're reported. They're like reported cases. These people are like actually like this is like legally reported, right? Like these people have gone to jail. So these are real instances of.
So I can talk about somebody being arrested. That's still anecdotal. It's not evidence of the wider picture. It's only evidence of this one event happening.
You say one event. It's multiple events. I mean, it's continuously happening.
Yeah, but it doesn't reflect on. So we're looking at things happening across the entire Western world, which is full of hundreds of millions of people, and so of course there's going to be things happening that are like, that they happen. And it's not to put these women down. I think what's happening to them is horrible, and that nobody should be, have to experience these things. But it is important to say that, if you're trying to protect women, you ought to have the statistics to show that you would actually be protecting them, not based off of the lack of statistics, because the data is very unclear, because we don't have information regarding what rates that transgender individuals commit sexual assaults or any sort of crime at. We have no information.
Thank you for the little gift, first of all. Second of all, if we compare the information we do have, the rates of assaulters versus victims of assault in the group of trans women versus cis women and trans men versus cis men, I guarantee you that the rates of assault are going to be much higher and the rates of assaulting are going to be much lower amongst trans folks than our cis counterparts, especially our man counterparts.
Can I just steal, man? I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly, like the argument that's being presented here. So you're saying that trans women are posing less of a risk to women and girls than women and girls are posing to women and girls. Is that correct?
We have no information on which way it goes.
We don't have a lot of statistics on that, correct?
We don't have any information that's like reflect. So what we would need to see, if you were saying that you're trying to protect them, is that we would need to see this evidence that trans women and trans men offend at X rate, and that it's actually because that they're trans that's the problem. What you're more likely going to find out is that it's probably going to be far more reflective on the rates of what sexual people are sexually assaulted at, because people who have been sexually assaulted are much more likely to commit sexual assault. This is a very well-known thing.
Okay, so I'm just curious here. So I'm confused because my argument is based on the safeguarding of women and girls, and the reason it's on women and girls is because when trans men enter the men's space, they are putting themselves at risk, because I'm sure, now just let me get this out. I'm sure we would both agree that men are the main perpetrators of all violence. Would you agree, yes or no?
I would agree that men are,
With the
but
last
we
point.
have no idea about trans women, though. We have
Okay,
no
understood.
statistics.
Understood. Okay, but we can understand, we can look at crime reports, we can look at the data, we can see that there are instances where trans identified individuals are committing sexual violence and other types of violence on women and girls. We know it happens. So my argument is not that
Lower.
hold on. My argument is not that they are the ones perpetrating the most violence. My argument is that they should not be in that space because, one, they're not female, and then two, because it is a safeguarding issue. So we prevent the crime from happening.
We aren't actually causing crime. Like, trans women are not. I'm not a trans woman, but we're not causing crime.
I'm sorry, there's no crime statistics. I feel like you're just arguing with the wall at this point. All you've done this whole live stream is use anecdote after anecdote. We don't use anecdotes to make up laws, because if we did use anecdotes, we have anecdotes on literally anything. So that means that would destroy the whole purpose of public bathrooms. I think just suggests like not really a valid argument. On my personal view.
Yeah,
No, I'm just giving evidence of where these things are happening. Just because we don't have a wide range statistic of how many trans
I can give you we can give evidence on literally any minor inconvenience and make that the whole argument for everything.
Let me.
That's why I don't think it's valid.
Yeah, but what inconvenience would you give me?
Crocodile, do you agree that women assault men very rarely, but they do assault men occasionally, correct? Using those anecdotal evidence of the times that women have assaulted men, we could just say that women don't belong outside the house. And I think that we would all disagree that that's completely wrong, because we actually have the broader evidence of what, like, the statistics are. And the evidence that we have is far more than anecdotal. Anecdotal evidence is evidence, but it's really poor evidence. It's only evidence of the event happening.
Right, no, I understand. Okay, so I understand what you're saying, that anecdotal evidence isn't necessarily... Okay, fair. Even if I say that that's fair. Sorry, I'm trying to eat right now, but... If my argument just goes back to just saying that, because again, I said one of two things, right? Just because we're safeguarding and they're not female. So I think it's that space is designed, single sex spaces.
Here's the thing. Bathrooms are a socially constructed idea that we made up so we can lower like violent crimes against people between genders. There is no biological
Between
mechanism that
genders
we
or
use to
sex?
define bathrooms. It's all
Okay,
socially constructed to
prove it.
just basically to decrease harm.
Yeah,
And
sure,
from
prove
what
it.
we see on trans women, there is literally almost zero harm from them sharing the bathroom.
So you just made a positive claim that these spaces were based on people's gender to reduce harm. So
Yeah, it
I
is
would
not a
need you.
biological matter.
Yeah, sure. So I would need you to provide substantial evidence to prove that that's the case.
Okay, we can talk about
Okay,
that.
I think it's generally known. Why
Re-
do you think women and men don't share bathrooms?
really
Give me
quickly,
one
because
actual reason.
there are
Sure,
places across the
sure.
world.
I'll answer that,
Can,
Penny.
Crocodile, please give me a
Penny
second.
asked me a
I'm
question.
adding. Wow, I'm adding to the conversation. What a concept. Okay, so
I'm not very good at it. That's why you only have one point.
men's restrooms were actually originally created because only men were out in public, and
Right.
the women that were there were either serving them or cleaning up after them. And when they realized, oh, women are in these spaces in public now too, they said, oh, we don't want you in the same bathroom as us because we're superior to you. So we're gonna make a separate bathroom for you. That's how this started.
That's
To
not
be
true.
abundantly
That's
clear,
not true.
can I not
Give it a
like
goog. Give it a good
give
goog,
it a
man.
goog, bro? Give it a goog, sincerely. And so we need to consider
Provide a source.
that this was literally just because men thought they were superior, and they're like, oh, let's put women in a separate space than us.
That's
It's
actually not
so
true.
arbitrary, and it's so based off of the society that you live in. Like, society could have gone differently and that not been the case. That's why we have gender neutral restrooms in places across Europe that actually have lower assault rates than gendered bathrooms than we have here, because there's
Yeah.
higher accountability. Wow,
Yeah, so
what
When
another
I don't know if you're.
concept.
Yeah,
Great
sure.
name.
I'm not sure if you're familiar with the term urinary leash, but it's a term that was that describes how women actually didn't have facilities to use the restroom outside of their homes, so they had to plan their day around their homes. And so women and girls fought for the right to have their single sex spaces, so that they weren't confined to their house or had to go within close proximity to their
Hold
homes.
on, hold on,
So
hold on.
so hold on.
But
No,
but
hold
these
on.
spaces were created under the ideology of separate but equal. Are you saying that? Would you say that black people fought for the right for to get their own spaces? Because that's what
Why are
you're
you
basically
complaining?
implying. Because
Right. Why are you conflating two things right now?
It's actually true. Gender-based bathrooms only started throughout the 1950s. Throughout most of history, public bathrooms were considered gender neutral.
Right. They had to be accompanied by men to go into the restroom.
yeah, because they're based off a misogynist society, like we still are.
Right. Which is why women and girls fought for their bathrooms. That's literally like, are you going to sit here and say that women did not do that?
They fought for their bathrooms not because of some biological issue. They fought for their bathrooms because they wanted more gender-based safety. But
We
from
had
what
to.
we see statistics, which separates trans women usually, there's no gender-based violence. So I don't see that rule being needing to apply on trans women.
Well, they're men. They're so yeah. I mean,
Again,
look at my
trans
worldview.
women are usually separated from those statistics. If you say that, you can also say that 100% of men are rapists, and we should jail
Well, hold
or
on. If
men
they're separate,
who are
if
just
they're separate,
existing as men.
yeah, sure. But if they're
That's
separate from
stupid.
that statistic, then you would have to distinguish trans women from men. So define the word woman that includes trans women, but distinguishes them from men. Go ahead and do
I'm
that.
distinguishing trans women from men is because trans women transition throughout hormones that changes
Not
their brain
necessarily. I
chemistry,
gotta
their
interrupt for
body, and how they
misinformation.
live
Even
throughout the
with
world because of their
people
disorder.
I'm sorry, Penny.
Hey, can you
I
not cut off Penny when she's trying to
I
speak?
do need to. I'm going to cut off misinformation no matter who on the panel is speaking. Please and thank you. Being a trans woman and having a definition that includes trans women as women but not as men is exclusionary of their transition, their medical transition. And that is why I cut Penny off, because that's not true. If you don't have a medical transition, you can still be a trans woman. And it is based off of our identifying as such. If a
Okay.
woman identifies as a woman,
I'm
that's
gonna-
what makes them a woman.
I
You,
guess I'm gonna-
Crocodile Tears, do not identify as a woman. Therefore, you're not a woman. You do identify as a man. Therefore, you are a man. It's
So it's
that simple.
purely just identity, is what you're saying.
I'm gonna phrase this a bit
Yeah.
differently. Sure,
It's like so
there
low
is
tier.
there are neurological differences between men and
Ooh.
trans women in general. These are like scientific facts. So I guess that could be like a good separation.
So
Penny,
Penny,
when you talk
does.
about the neurological differences, what are you referring to?
Hold on.
I'm referring to the front. I'm
Hold on. I'm
referring to
just
the
gonna
part of the
interrupt
brain
here. This just
that
doesn't matter.
recognizes.
It doesn't matter if there are differences or not. It does not. So I agree that there might be some differences, but I just don't see it as being a part of a relevant conversation because it doesn't actually say what we should do with trans people at all.
I mean,
And that's the problem
for
here is
this,
that people disrespect trans people. That they want them out of public life. They want them segregated essentially, is what essentially happens. And providing medical evidence just doesn't prevent that from happening. It is purely a moral discussion that we are having here. There's no reason to think that even if there is no differences between them, it does not matter. It's what we ought to do, because it'd be contradictory to say otherwise. Oh,
He ran? Okay, I guess because he ran, we'll do a little mod break. I was thinking about it, but I was like, this is good conversation. So tap if you like these conversations, share if you like these conversations, so push the live out, all that good stuff. Follow the host, follow the panelists if you enjoy what they're saying. Gift whoever you want. Yeah, whoever you agree with mainly. I mean,
I guess my main argument the whole time, like I feel like convincing these people that trans people are who they are is like just never gonna happen when you're like really this stubborn. So you have to at least like use the objective sense that we use when it comes to arguing for trans women in the bathrooms. You have to just argue how bathrooms are not something biological. It's not tied to anything biological.
yeah, I
The
agree with
reason
that.
they exist is for safety mechanisms and reducing safety. If we see statistics that say that trans women show almost zero risks sharing bathrooms with females compared to how trans women face a risk using the bathrooms with males in general of getting SA'd. This shows a human public issue, and that needs to be dealt with.
Yeah,
And no objective science or biology helps you argue against a human issue in general.
can I ask Penny, like what your sources are on that? Just because I know of a lot of sources that say that trans women are at higher risk when using the men's restroom, but not necessarily that say like we're at lower risk. I mean, obviously those imply we're at lower risk in women's restrooms, but also that we might be at lower risk for perpetrating these crimes potentially, because those are definitely sources I'm always looking for too.
Can you repeat that? The sources that you're looking for?
Yeah, just anything that's like informing what you've been saying so far, pretty much about
Yeah,
being at higher risk in men's restrooms, trans women being at higher risk.
okay, sure. Let me.
Yeah, any like lowered risk of us perpetrating crimes even in women's restrooms, if that makes sense.
I wonder if it would just be easiest to like look at the rates of what what the breakdown of people who assault trans women are versus trans men.
Yeah. I guess it's kind of a little bit of a meta-analysis of different statistics to bring together that conclusion.
It's kind of hard to get some of these stats, and like because whenever you start like actually combining statistics, what ends up happening too is that like you're taking them out of context in some ways. If you're not like just directly looking at this thing, it's really hard, and there's just a problem of trying to get this information otherwise still. When it comes down to there's a lot of trans people, yes, but like the rates that we would need to look at are over like probably going to be a really long period of time at that point. And I hope that somebody does this research. But
it's relevant, clearly.
Yeah, it's clearly relevant. We just don't really have the stats on what that happens here.
Yeah, I knew we didn't have stats on the like specific thing that the guest was bringing up. But I'm always looking into like these more abstract questions that can get asked by GC sometimes,
Okay,
where
so
I can bring this information together and analyze all of it. So, thank you, Penny. Yep, I'm listening.
So, a study that was conducted in 2019 to 2020, this study concluded 3,700 transgender children attending high school. Okay, the study found that all those kids were forced to use the bathroom that they were that assigns to their sex at birth. And it showed that they were more likely compared to the average cis kids in their school to get sexually assaulted compared to others.
Yep. Yeah, that just doesn't surprise me at all, because that's a pretty standard across the board thing that happens, that trans people just get sexually assaulted more often.
The higher rate was mostly targeted towards transgender girls who were attending school. They were more likely to get assaulted than the average kid in their high school compared to other children by being forced to use the other bathroom.
Does that have a PMID or a title that you can give me so that I can see it as well? Also, we can.
Yeah, hold up. Let me.
Yeah. As I go off that to note it.
Well, I'll take note of it too, and I can send it to you. Cool.
I mean, if you're doing that, then I'll just stay here.
I'll open up Discord too, so I can just immediately send it. Discord's updating. Screw you, Discord. No.
Okay, the study is conducted by PubMed. It's school bathroom, school walk room, restrictions, and sexual assault among transgender youth.
Is it by Mercion? 2019?
Yeah, 2019 to 2020. It's on PubMed.
The background is transgender and gender non-binary adolescents experience higher rates of peer victimization, but the prevalence of sexual assault is possibly. Okay, cool. Yep, got it.
Thank you, Penny.
Just making sure I have the right article.
It's good to meet you, by the way. Thanks for coming up. Thanks for sending me that.
If you look at sexual assault statistics in general, trans people seem to score the lowest. If anything, we have a proportionate size comparably to, if we're not by numbers specifically, just by proportion, that shows that there are more transgender people on average who, like, most transgender people on average get sexually assaulted compared to cisgender people in general among male and female people.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So the average transgender person is more likely to get assaulted than the average cis woman or cis man. This is like widely seen.
We have a lot of other statistics on that as well. So this is definitely isn't shocking to us, but it's good to have as much information as we can on this. So.
Oh, this is just looking at. Okay, never mind. That was important. I saw Zucker and something. I'm like, oh no, not Zucker. I'm sure you share my disregard for Zucker.
Oh yeah. Yeah. As soon as I hear or see that name, I'm like, oh.
I was literally scrolling and it literally caught me out of his name. Just caught. I'm like, what the fuck is this article? And it's just looking at I don't think that his bias with him being on it hurts much. It's just looking at the mental health on average of transgender students in China. China. So.
But the sad thing about the study that I just mentioned is the fact that all the victims and people who were involved in the study were people under the age of 18.
Yeah.
And people really talk about children, but they don't talk about how these children are literally being forced to get exposed to this sort of harassment and treatment just because of their sex, which doesn't conclude the way they live their life in general.
Absolutely.
I remember I forget where the statistic I got it from was. I think it was on something regarding like Sandy Hook or something. But like 2 out of 3 transgender people are threatened with a weapon during school at some point in their schooling, which is just that's
Oh,
insane.
wait. Is it bad that I am? Because you told me this, I don't know how long ago. And I'm just now realizing that I technically was one of those people.
What do you mean?
Yeah, does that surprise me? No, not when it's 2/3. Oh,
It wasn't a pew pew. That's why I didn't initially register.
yeah, it could just
But
be
it was a
anything.
weapon.
A knife or something like that.
Yeah, indeed. That was getting chased down a busy hall of students with somebody who'd written me a threatening letter, and then the school did jack shit about it. Even though I had that evidence of the threatening letter preceded by them chasing me down the hall with said Kniffy, and me having to pop into a random teacher's room to be like, hey, somebody's chasing me down the hall with a Kniffy.
Reject Wi-Fi, embrace Knifify.
People just link us to propaganda. There's no actual evidence
Anyway.
for like a public.
Yeah, I don't know. There's not like really. I don't think that there's good arguments to like. I think that the only arguments that people do have are restroom sports and definitions. But there's like absolutely no reason to think that we shouldn't treat trans people as who they identify as. The evidence is very clear that we should.
When it comes to sports, across the entire United States, there are only like 10 transgender athletes. That includes like trans men, which first of all, if we look at by their logic, trans men don't have biological advantage. And when it comes to the trans women, a lot of them are people who transition before the age of puberty, so that kind of stops that advantage that they want.
You get it, Penny, you get it. See, I know these things, but trying to get bigots to understand these things all day kind of makes me feel crazy sometimes.
I guess it's just the nuances that you need to focus on.
Okay, on to the next. Calvit. I'll have to ask them how to pronounce their name.
Yeah. Cavallero?
Hello.
Is that it?
Yeah, you can call me Cav.
Cav. Okay, yeah, that's much easier. Thanks. I just need something to call you by so we can distinguish who we're talking to. Could I just get your age and pronouns, please?
Yeah, it's 33, he, him.
Okay, do you disagree with background, or do you have anything to add to the conversation?
I disagree.
Could I ask you why?
So why do you disagree?
I disagree because I'm a gender critical.
Okay, what specifically do you disagree with?
They tell us about circular reasoning, sorry.
I think the problem is trans women calling themselves women and trans men calling themselves men.
Why is that a problem in general?
In general, because trans women calling themselves women are then using female spaces.
And how does that cause a problem? How does that cause any public safety issue?
It's about respecting the space.
Okay, spaces are a social construct. You can't say respecting when there's no biological ties to them.
What do you mean? There's a biological tie to the woman's space.
Yeah, that's socially constructed. It's not biological. Spaces in general are just social constructs.
There wouldn't be any
for you to have the ability to make that argument. For you to have the ability to make that argument, you have to name a safety issue that is based on real data and statistics. So you can make the argument that trans women should not be going into that bathroom, but you're not.
Sorry, why does it have to be a safety issue?
Because we're talking about public safety in general. So if we talk about public safety, this has to conclude both sides, males and females. It doesn't matter. So you have to name a real issue. If you name a non-issue, I don't know why the government should be forced to focus on that. It just doesn't make sense.
Okay, sure. So the trans women are men, right? And men commit the most acts of violence against women.
Wait,
Okay.
hold on.
Misinformation. There you go, Keaton.
Yeah,
That's
wait.
first of all.
Can a woman be a man?
Like, a woman cannot be a man.
Okay, so then you're affirming that trans women are both women and men at the same time, but women can't be men. This is just a direct logical direct contradiction.
I'm saying trans women are not women, so they are men.
Okay.
But you
I
call
want
them
to
a
respond to
woman.
what you said.
You're affirming that they're women and
Trans
not
women,
women.
trans women in general are separated from the statistics that you just named about 80% of men facing violent crimes on women. Those are usually separating trans women in general, so I don't see how that's still relevant to the argument.
Well, there's not enough accumulated stats, and I wouldn't say.
Yeah, because we see more statistics that show that trans women face almost zero issue in general sharing the bathroom with women, but we also see statistics that say that trans women are a bigger risk sharing the bathroom with cis men because they face the huge issue of getting sexually assaulted because they look like women.
Oh, that would make the argument that femboys should also use the women's washroom because they look feminine like a woman.
In general, no. I don't. The average femboy does not look like a woman. I think in some standard, yeah, certain femboys should be allowed, but in general, femboys do not have the same capability as trans women to look like women in general. That's a lie.
So you're saying all trans women look like past as women?
Yeah, by a majority. I think what you see on the internet is usually propaganda.
So, Kev, we
Yeah,
do know.
I disagree. I've been on this app enough looking at other trans women. I'd say majority of them would not pass. But
That's propaganda.
regardless if one,
There's no evidence on
regardless
that.
if one would pass or
Real
not, right? Are you taking away?
Let's listen when other people are speaking. Thank you.
I wasn't finished what I was saying
So,
though.
well, we're interrupting for misinformation here because I absolutely actually know you've seen more trans women in your life than you think you have. You've seen more trans men in your life than you think you have. More of us quote unquote pass, which I hate passing like standards because it's different for everybody who's observing that person, right?
I agree.
So it doesn't matter if we quote unquote pass to one person, we might not pass to another person. But the thing is, the pattern that I see, especially with GCs, is that they don't know that they've seen as many trans people as they have. They don't know the sex of who they're talking to. Most people actually, because why would I care unless I want in your pants? I don't care what sex you are. I don't give a shit. So I'm not going to assume your sex. I might assume what your gender is, and maybe I'm wrong and you correct me, and then I switch things up so that I'm respectful. But like most of y'all don't even know who you're talking to half the time.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what you're saying there. On one side, you're saying you don't care if somebody passes or not. Everybody looks different, right? But at the same time, you're trying to bring up that how many trans people I've probably crossed by that didn't know who were trans, right? But you guys were the ones in the middle of this conversation that brought up, they look like women, so they should be
No,
able
I
to
brought it up, and the reason why
Exactly.
I brought this up in general is because most trans identifying people are diagnosed specifically with gender dysphoria, which causes them to want to start hormones and do these things that make them pass. That's why I'm applying this on the majority, because in majority
does it matter
cases,
if
gender
it's-
dysphoria forces you to do that.
Yeah, what does it matter if somebody passes though?
It doesn't.
Because if they can pass as a certain sex, they can go into the women's bathroom. They're not going to get noticed. And if statistically they show a lesser ability to show violence against those cis women, I don't see the problem.
And to clarify,
so
between the
Max-
host,
both,
real quick, Cav, to clarify between the host and the other panelist, Penny here, it shouldn't matter is what the host probably meant to say. And Penny's saying this is why it does matter, because our reality is that, unfortunately, it really does for our safety. But it shouldn't. People like you are the reason that it does, unfortunately.
Sorry, people like me are the reason what matters.
Like any gender criticals who are gonna try to like call us out for being in the restroom that aligns with our identity best, y'all are threatening our safety.
We wouldn't do that though.
Y'all are perpetrating rhetoric that is informing other people that they should be scared of us when they shouldn't be, and that they should be violent towards us when they shouldn't be. And that's terrifying. You are the reason that we cannot safely navigate these spaces in all reality.
So,
I
Cav,
disagree.
do you-
What I think is,
hold on, let me just ask
yeah,
you this, Cav. Do you care about children at all?
absolutely.
Okay, so you think that we should do what would result in less sexual assaults against children and kids, correct?
What was the question? We should focus on
Should
that?
we do what results in the least amount of sexual assault for kids?
Or yes.
Okay, so then we if somebody identifies as a woman, they should be allowed in the women's restroom. End of story.
Sorry? What was the last part?
If
What did you just say?
if somebody identifies as a woman, they should be allowed in the women's restroom. End of story.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
we
that,
know
hold
for
on, that means anybody
facts.
can identify as a woman. Hold on. Then anybody can identify as a woman.
So yeah, it's
No,
not
not
gonna. So here's the fun part.
You just finished saying.
They're just gonna go through people who are gonna sexually assault women in the female's restroom are just gonna do it anyways, regardless. This is not actually like enabling them to do anything that they're not gonna already do. Criminals,
You think
in
someone-
fact,
do you think-
don't care about the law. Did you know that, Cav?
Sorry?
Criminals don't care about the law, Cav. Did you know that?
I understand that.
Oh, perfect. So if we let them into the women's restroom, it's not gonna actually. They're just gonna do it anyways.
Well, yeah, but we limit the risk by not allowing trans women.
There is
to
no
get
risk
to-
though to be limited. That's the thing I'm trying to explain.
Well, hold on. The risk is that a trans woman is a man, right? You get
Okay.
proven if a trans woman is a woman.
Again, there are no specific statistics that show that trans women have a risk. And when it comes to statistics that talk about men, those usually do not include trans women because number one, how small they are as a demographic. Number two, there is no need because it's almost non-visible in the actual statistics that that show that the average trans person is more likely to get assaulted proportionately compared to the average cis person.
Also, Cav,
But you don't- hold on, you
why
don't have
this
any
is for
stats to
Cav?
prove
This is for
otherwise.
misinformation, Cav. Why the hell do you think trans women are men?
Yeah, trans women are men because they are adult human males.
Oh, so you conflate sex and
Define-
gender is what I'm hearing. You don't know
No.
the difference between sex and gender.
I know the difference. There's a difference.
What
Wait,
What
I
is it
think-
then?
Yeah, so
I think
gender
trans women
gender is a
can fit into
descriptor, right? And sex is the actual
It's a descriptor.
Both of them are
situation you possess.
descriptors, bro. You're gonna have to be more specific than this if you want to show us that you understand the meaning of these two words.
Yeah, sure. So sex would describe either male or female binary, and gender would describe
Already wrong.
well, can
Go
I
ahead.
finish here? And gender would describe something like the age, species, and sex.
No, honey, no. I'm so sorry to inform you that first of all, sex is not a binary, it is a bimodal spectrum. And second of all, gender is not describing somebody's well, I guess it would be as in girl versus woman and boy versus man. But other than that, it's not describing someone's age, and definitely not like humans are the only ones who have a concept of gender because it's social. It's definitely socially constructed. To an
Yeah,
extent.
so is race,
that's one
so is
part of it.
age, so is
No,
money.
in different ways.
And
And
how,
and
what
age is
different
not
way?
a freaking social construct. It's a measure of orbits around the sun while you've existed on the earth. Like, how
Hold
is
on.
that a social construct? Anyways,
Age is a social
continuing
construct.
continuing
Whoa,
on.
whoa,
real
whoa.
quick.
Before we move
So,
on, we need to
No,
get
I
past
just
the age part.
I let you finish. How about you let me?
So, Kev,
Okay.
here's the symmetry breaker here too. We don't see anybody who gets hurt by saying no, you're not this age that you feel. We don't see that. We do see people
Exactly.
getting hurt by rejecting the gender that they identify as. That's
Okay,
the
then can I-
symmetry breaker.
Then let me give you an example. Then somebody who has the syndrome of, I think it's called Tamon or Mamoon, where you are anti-aging and you're a 44-year-old or 30-year-old and you appear to be a 12-year-old. Is that person okay to use, play around with little kids and enter child
Holy
spaces
fuck,
like daycares
no,
and stuff?
Jesus.
What is wrong with you?
That
We're not
is-
gonna
Well,
talk about freaking
there's no
PDF
stats
files.
saying they're
Wait, I
harming
have a
people.
question.
There's no
Wait,
stats
I have
saying
a
they're harming
question.
people, but you guys
Wait,
are
I have
not
a
okay with it.
question. Wait, I have a question. What is this condition that you're specifically talking about again?
I think it's called They made a couple
Also,
movies.
I'm just
No,
going to
because
stop this here. Being a disabled person, we don't need to bring up different disabilities into
if
this
we're talking,
conversation.
no, if we're talking about
Because
a
being
person with a physical aging disability, this is going to apply on their brain and maturity. You realize that, right?
Excuse me?
if they're
If
hanging out with people who are of the same maturity level as they are, then that's okay.
Well, we
It,
don't know. We don't know what maturity level they have, but what we do know is they appear to be, they
Appearance
appear.
doesn't matter to us. It's all about like your brain age, dude.
yeah, it's actually
Hold
about
on.
how many times you've been on this earth while it's gone around the sun. That's actually what
okay,
age is
but
measuring.
in
Wild.
general, it's
That's
gonna be
not.
like there are gonna be like obvious measures to this. Like that person is gonna usually, in most likely cases, be attended to and with by a nurse in majority cases, and
Majority
they're
of in
gonna
all
dress and
cases.
look a certain way.
Yeah, but if not in all cases, they need to be,
Yeah, in all cases they are in the
How would you
U.S. at least.
know? How would
That's
you
the
know
law
if they are
around
that
it because
age?
I just researched this.
Yeah, but
In
how would you know
majority
that
cases,
they're that
those people
age?
have a nurse attending with them in every social situation or a family member.
Not in all situations, right?
In majority situations, you're naming a non-issue. I
Well,
look at the real data.
it's not that it's a non-issue. It's not, and it's not
Okay,
a
really,
sanitary paper
for
either.
both of y'all, I just ask that we get back on freaking topic because this is not at all analogous to the topic.
Oh,
It's not at all relevant to the topic.
It is.
And
It
it's
is.
bringing up certain disabilities that just don't need to be brought up.
Cav, I have a
If
question.
age is a social construct and gender is a social construct,
They
then why
are
would it be
Yeah,
different.
wrong?
but we've
Okay,
I've
it's a
already presented to you.
biopsychosocial construct. We're talking about gender, the biopsychosocial construct. That's what we can talk about. Not
So
just social. It's very different in a lot of than any other social construct that we have.
What's
Okay?
the difference between it?
I've already presented to you that
Um,
the reason why that this is different is because we have reasons to why we should treat people's gender that they associate with versus what they're assigned with at birth. We have a morally relevant reason, and that is because it actually promotes their freedom and well-being.
Harm reduction.
Yeah, harm reduction, and if you're gonna say that harm reduction is a good thing, then you would just be
okay,
on board with the whole entire trans movement, pretty much. The science is
because
very clear about what
yeah,
to do to reduce harm. There's no
when we're
doubt.
talking about
Yeah, I don't
harm
think
reduction,
affirming
you
an
have to take into
illusion.
consideration in comparison how cis women sharing the bathroom with trans women phases them on a safety perspective versus how the safety issues trans women have when they share bathrooms with cis men. I mean
Yeah,
trans
I
women.
haven't been able to find a single case of a trans woman being physically harmed inside of the men's
Yeah,
washroom.
can you pull up the study that I gave you earlier
Yep.
on the trans
So,
women?
I can give you over a 12-month period that there were among transgender boys, 26.5% of them were sexually assaulted. Among non-binary youth assigned female at birth, 27% of them were sexually assaulted in a bathroom or locker room. 18.5 among transgender girls, 17.6 among non-binary
Are
youth
these
assigned male at
self-reported?
birth. No,
Are
this
this just
is
self-reported incidences? Because I wasn't able to find a single
How do we
case of this
even
happening
measure
inside.
sexual assault in general? That was
Yeah,
self-reported.
You just have to hush long enough to hear it, bro.
Yeah, so this is among 3,673 transgender and non-binary U.S. adolescents, grades 7 through 12.
And mind you, this is a really big number, taking into consideration how much trans people exist in the US.
Okay, so since there's such a high number as you presented now, are you able to provide a single case, one living case of somebody being harmed in the men's washroom and who's a trans woman?
Sure. Hold up.
Yeah, there's going to be cases. There's actually just plot twist thousands of them at this point, basically.
It should be easy to find one, right?
Yeah.
Exactly, and we're doing that for you. We're doing the educational labor for you. You're welcome.
But
That's fine.
To us.
don't you think, Kath, that when there's a
did
study
this.
that shows that fucking 27% of some population is being sexually assaulted in a restroom, that we should maybe move which restroom they use? Just
If it's
maybe?
self-reported, yeah, if it's self-reported, then anybody can self-report anything.
Flyers.
Holy fuck.
Appreciate ya.
Do you
So
have,
if there's this many,
do you have
if there's
any
this
reason
many-
to doubt how many women would, if we combine men and women to one restroom, would you doubt the women who self-report on sex assaults that happen in the bathroom? No, you wouldn't. It's just
No, there
transphobic
would
that
be.
you're treating trans people as lesser at this point.
Yeah. Well, once you bring that up, I want to talk about the actual kids.
So you do agree that? Did you just say yeah that you do agree that you're treating trans people as lesser?
No, not at all.
But then you're making them jump through hoops that you're like, oh well, why are we trusting these people if it's self-reported?
Okay, so this is a
I think man and woman
2024
can look.
case
Real
that was
quick,
covered by
Kev,
ABC
let's do the
News.
source from Penny. Right
Can I
after I
speak,
leave,
please? You asked me for
I have to
evidence.
exactly. I have to go real quick, so I'm
So
saying
this
goodbye. But I will be back later. I'm doing a FaceTime with my sisters from Maine. Cav, listen up. You might learn something. Bye, friends.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, I'm respectfully
So
listening here.
this specific case happened in 2024, where this transgender person who is 17 years of age goes to high school that is anti-trans. They forced him to use, or forced her to use the men's bathroom in this case specifically. The 17-year-old reported to have boys literally look and up and down at the stall, decided to try to see them naked while they were trying to like use the restroom because of the way they appeared while going into the restroom.
Was she physically harmed?
Do you know what sexual assault is?
I
You
asked
asked
for
me for
physical harm.
cases of SA, not sexual harassment.
I asked for physical harm. But anyways, okay.
Can you
Like,
give me
I'm not
specific
gonna.
cases?
Yeah,
Can
I'm
you
not
give me
gonna.
specific cases of trans women physically harming women?
Yeah, I could. Do you want to see
Yes.
one?
Oh, you want examples
Yes,
of okay, perfect. So you want examples of physical harm? Why don't we just talk about the fact that trans kids are shot at schools twice as much as normal kids? I think that's pretty
Absolutely.
concerning.
No, I'm not going to deny that. But like, wouldn't that be the case regardless if they were considered a man or a woman? That would still happen, right?
No, because
Yeah,
of the
we have.
stigma around them. That's the problem. That's the background. The problem is the transphobia, not the trans people.
No, the transphobia exists, but it's whether. What I'm arguing here is whether they are a man or are a girl, and regardless of which one they are, and what society
2024.
agrees they are on, that
Wait, it
wouldn't stop the
doesn't,
harm.
Cav, that doesn't
That wouldn't.
matter. It doesn't matter if they are, if you can define them, it doesn't matter if we accept your definitions or not. They're still getting killed at twice the rate. That's the problem we're talking about.
Listen,
And
I'm not going to deny that.
and the ideas that you embrace are the exact problem that causes these kids to get killed at twice the rate.
Hold on, how so?
Because
How
it's
so? What's wrong with my
transphobia,
views?
that's the problem. Your ideas are
But
transphobic. They exclude trans people as being lesser or not in some way. You're
Here,
rejecting their
that's not
very
true at all.
existence.
Okay.
physical
So
harassment.
what exactly is it about me saying a trans woman is not a woman creates harm towards them if they were just to consider themselves a woman? Like, what exactly is the harm I'm spewing out there?
Okay,
Because if I could finish, under my view, a woman, the progressive way to look at it is if you're born a female, you can present as the hyper masculine side or the hyper feminine side. If you're a man, you can present as the hyper feminine side and the hyper masculine side. And that itself, right, I believe is more progressive than saying a female can now be a man, and I don't think that's causing any harm
That's
to
not what
anyone out
trans
there.
people
It-
say.
I have
Holy
a
fuck.
question.
I
Wait,
don't.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Cav.
Okay, I want to start off with like a physical harassment issue that happened in 2024 in Minnesota. A high school student who identifies as transgender was forced to use the male's bathroom. Throughout incident of kids who were bullying them in class, one of the kids who were allegedly accused of bullying were found and captured by other kids in the male school bathroom, where that kid was called slurs and punched to the point where like they broke their jaw and they lost a molar, the trans identifying kid. And this was covered in May 2024.
This is also not just one case. This is reflective of the
Physically harassed.
statistics that we have as
And
well.
this is just one case. And
Are either
this
of
one
you
case
trans?
reflects the many statistics that we have on
I'm
this,
cis.
because we first gave you statistics and you wanted specific cases, even though statistics speak for a broader picture, which should be enough.
So,
Right. But
Cav,
what I'm advocating here, right, does not contribute to that harm. That harm itself is a completely different part of it. It's the fact that some men out there don't think don't think a man is allowed to dress up like a woman, right? I'm not saying that. I don't care what a man dresses up like. If I see a trans woman, I'm gonna respect them, and I would never cause any harm to them. It's a group of people out there who disagree a man should dress up like a woman, right? And are harming them because of that. I'm against that. What I'm saying is, even though a man dresses up like a woman,
Okay,
doesn't make
yeah.
them
So
a
Cav, I'm
woman.
just
But
gonna
here's the
rip
thing,
your
you're
argument.
you're
Let me just
also
make a parallel
okay.
argument to what you're saying. If I said Jews were not humans, am I harming Jews? No, but I'm
That's not even
causing. That's
close.
fucking. That is exactly what you're saying. You're rejecting their
How?
fucking identity because you're not saying that they're not what they say they are, and we know this data is very clear that this causes harm to them. So you are causing harm to them. How
Okay,
much
first of all,
clearer can I fucking make it?
that's a
The data is
terrible
clear.
comparable. That's a terrible comparable. Saying
How
somebody else is not
How is it
human,
not
right?
analogous, Cav?
Yeah, because if I were to say somebody else is not human, right, that would be making them less than I am. Correct?
Well, that's you're implying that being human is good or bad.
If I'm regarding to somebody as not human, right, anything that's not human is going to be less than human.
Yeah.
More than most likely the time. So
But you're having a
hold on, let me
connotation there.
finish.
So there's a connotation
Can
there
I
that
finish?
being a human is better than not being a human. And the
Can I
same
finish?
way that there's a connotation with trans people that being who they are identifying as is better than who other people want them to be. You want to be
Okay.
the person that you identify as, not what others want you to be. And that is the problem, is that you reject this notion for everybody except for yourself.
Can I finish what I was saying there before you interrupted? What I was
If
trying
it's
to say
not
there
hateful,
is it's nothing I've been saying I believe is hateful, but if I can finish, when you're talking about the Jews weren't considered human, the Jews were caused harm to because they were considered less than human. Me saying a trans woman is not a woman, is a man, does not make them any less valuable as a human
okay,
being
from
or
my
a person.
personal
All I'm
my
saying
personal
is that
view on this.
objectively, you cannot be something that you're not. It doesn't make you less than just because I'm saying that your personal belief of who you are is incorrect. That doesn't make you any less of a person. That's the difference of the comparison that you're trying to make with Jews.
it
Terrible comparison.
stigmatizes them, Cav. That's the problem.
How?
My
So how does it stigmatize them?
In the
What are you
same way
talking
that
about?
saying that somebody's not a fucking human stigmatizes them and outs them. It makes a reason to bully them. People bully people for no reason, but they really like to have a reason to bully people. And if you
So
out somebody, yeah, you're just fucking giving them a target on their back, especially when this is already a repressed group.
The
well, think
reason
about what
why
you're saying. Because if I went up to a femboy, right, and the femboy said, "Yeah, I'm a boy," right, it wouldn't change anything. But if that person said they were a woman when they were actually a male, I would have to disagree. It doesn't make them anything less. It's just that what they're. It's like basically what you're saying is that anybody who has a different opinion than yourself is less than that person and is stigmatized. That's what you're basically
So
saying.
no,
Anyone
what
with
I'm
a different
saying
opinion
is that the
is being
data is
stigmatized.
clear that your viewpoint causes the stigmatization that leads to bad results. It causes
I
children
disagree.
to kill themselves. That is
Yeah,
what the data is
I,
very. Do you want me to start listing sources? I'd be more than happy to.
yeah, I think it's a lot more complicated than that. But can we
Oh,
move
okay.
subjects
Well,
from this
so
because we're not
wait,
going to get
hold
anywhere on
on,
this
hold
one.
on, hold on. So if I could show you that it's rejection that causes kids to fucking kill themselves, like the number one factor that leads to that, it would be very problematic for your side, correct?
Rejection?
Yeah. So like
yeah,
the parents,
rejecting trans
because
children.
that's what you're doing. You're rejecting people's identities. That is the problem that we have.
Hold on. There's a lot
Doesn't
of
the
cases
reason the
where kids are
reason
wrong, and the parents are
yeah
disagreeing with what the.
but majority cases are
Yeah.
not wrong.
So
Majority cases.
Hold on. Okay, but that's exactly what I want to get to. Actually, let's talk about the kids right now. As you brought up parents, you brought up kids, right? Are either of you trans right now?
I'm cis. I've never questioned really
When it
within it.
comes
How
to
about you, Penny? Are you trans?
when it comes to
Okay.
cases of detransitioning, if we look at the overview of these cases, they're usually people who have been thrown into transition without any psychiatric history, just really progressive, superly progressive parents. They have not had any medical history, they're just thrown into that transition. But I think in my point of view, in majority cases, we shouldn't put kids through transition immediately, but we should do whatever we can to make sure that this is the right decision.
So yeah, the data is pretty
Which
clear
works in
about
majority cases.
the regression rates and the retransition rates. It's usually around 0.3% to 3%, and that's very
Yeah,
very
so
low compared to and a lot of these are regrets. And if you look at the actual reasons for why people regret it, the leading factors are like because the society doesn't accept me or my family
yeah, so
doesn't
it's
accept
people.
me. So it's
Yeah, so
people
somebody.
very
But hold on,
very
somebody who
few.
wants to
It's like
transition.
0.06% of the people regret transitioning because they thought it wasn't for them. It's just an incredibly small percentage of the population.
I know, but I'm not against. Like, I'm not going to say I'm against, but somebody who wants to transition, right? A girl who wants to transition into a boy, right? There. What I would say to that is, just because you're a girl and you want to transition into being a boy, you're saying you're a boy. You can still be a girl and transition, right? You could still be a girl and transition to the masculinity of a boy, because that's what you're trying to resemble at the end of the day with testosterone and the social norms of that. So just because I don't affirm that you're a girl, I'm not saying that you cannot transition to a masculine. I mean, what I want to
Yeah,
teach
the
people,
reason
what I want
the
to teach
reason
people is
why
like you can still be a girl and be as masculine and be as
okay,
boyish
the
as you
reason
want, but there's no feeling or inherent feeling to being
okay,
a
the
boy.
reason why I'm going to deny this is because, first of all, you're even going by your logic, which I'm going to do right now. I think your argument is socially irrelevant. If this person looks like a male and is treated throughout people who don't know them as a male, I don't think it's socially relevant to point out that this person is not a male, unless in specific cases where like they're going to be sleeping with somebody, which in the majority of cases they make it
Yeah, but
known.
Yeah, but what you're promoting, what you're basically doing is pretty much limiting, you're basically
Then what?
reducing males to a social construct, stereotypes, right? Which is what I disagree with. I think the
That's what
progressive
gender
left
is.
here, can I finish? I
Can you
think the
define
Well,
progressive,
no,
now
I'm
and
just going to
wait?
interject because that's what what
Okay,
gender is.
then this is a
that's
whole
what you're,
new debate. This is a whole new the conversation. I'm going to start this conversation by asking you, how do you define a female?
yeah, female's going to be of or the sex that denotes to the production of large gametes.
Okay, are infertile women who were born with no eggs and not women? They don't promote or denote to big large gametes.
Yeah, they're still indicating, right, to the production of large gametes, even though they
Okay,
do
how do
not
you
have.
indicate to the production of large gametes?
Yeah, you indicate to the production of large gametes by having the majority characteristics associated with being female.
Okay, so if
Okay,
somebody
that can
transitions and
apply on
has all
trans
these,
women.
yeah, so
Yeah,
exactly. If you go
transitioning.
under medical care, are they just females at that
No,
point?
Yeah,
no,
and
So
this
because
what's
can
the
also
difference?
apply on
you cannot
women.
change
This
your
can also
DNA.
apply on people with Klinefelter syndrome, AIS. They're born, when they're born, there's the doctors say that this is a female, but they usually later in life, throughout their 30s, they figure out that they're a male, and they just have an issue with androgen that caused them to develop a vagina, but their testes are underdeveloped and
Like I just said, you cannot change your
undeveloped body.
you cannot change your genetics, and you're speaking of a genetic female, right? So they're always a female, regardless of what happens later in life, because genetically that's what they
Okay,
are.
you saying that a female is
Whoa,
someone
hold
that
on.
denotes. In certain cases, there is no genetics that involve outside of just denoting. So
There is.
So there's
Hold on, there is
people.
because
Hold
the
on, Cav.
DNA.
There's people who have XY chromosomes who are assigned female at birth, go their whole life living as females until they get their
they've denoted to female.
chromosomes.
They've been treated their whole
Yeah,
life as female.
Yeah, the
and
X. Hold on, the
So
XY chromosome is not the only piece of the DNA to determining sex, right? So the expression of your DNA. So, for example, somebody born with XY but has ovaries, has a uterus, and has a estrogen dominant body, right? Meets the majority of characteristics of the female pathway. Therefore, their genetics are expressing the female pathway. It's a one line. It's binary in the
so
fact that all humans born on Earth
this
are born
applies.
either male or
This applies to
female.
people with AIS. You're just like cherry picking who gets to denote the
yeah.
best.
Well, people
No,
with
it's not. It's not
AIS
about what they
have
can denote the
testes.
best to.
So Cav, people with AIS have fucking testicles. They produce sperm, but they're women.
No, they
They're
don't produce it. They
females.
just have them.
Yeah,
They have
it's
androgen
Yeah,
sensitivity, so that means that their testicles are useless and functionless.
you're talking about
All the
genetic females right
testosterone that
now.
they produce is like
no, they're
is
XY.
like turned into
They're genetic
estrogen.
Hold
males.
on. Which condition are you talking about right now?
AIS, Klinefelter syndrome.
AIS. So
Or
that's a condition that
CIS.
genetic. No, CIS affects only females, correct?
Complete androgen insensitive
What?
syndrome versus androgen
Androgen
insensitive syndrome.
insensitivity.
Yeah,
The
so
C is
I
just
think
complete.
CIS and IAS, like they're two different conditions, and they only affect one of the binaries, right? So I don't remember which one affects which,
Ooh,
but
binaries.
CIS either
Binaries.
CIS.
The majority of people with AIS live the majority of their lives as female and are treated as female because they denote to that the most throughout the physical characteristics. So when you say that there are
Hold on,
these
the
specific
denote. What are
external
you denoting
factors
to?
that
Hold on,
we
hold
should
on.
use to denote, that's just
What
like doesn't make
characteristics are
sense.
you using to denotation?
The person was born with an underdeveloped testes, which caused them to have the formulation of genitals that looks like a vagina, even though they don't have ovaries. The person goes through female puberty, which develops their
Female
bones and
puberty
outside of
is not a
characteristics as
characteristic of your
female. Can I
sex.
finish?
Yeah,
And
but you're already
that
giving
makes them live the
misinformation right
majority
now
of
about
lives
how
as
sex is
female.
determined.
Wait, hold
You're
on.
already
I'm just gonna
you're not
pivot
giving the
this whole
proper
conversation.
denotations.
It doesn't matter how we
Because
define male
sex,
versus
here's the
woman.
thing, here's my
At the end
definition
of
of
the day.
sex. Sex is a conjunction of a lot of things. When you say that we need to that a female is someone who denotes this and that, then you're just cherry picking because anyone can like denote to anything. That's why I don't think it's really a valid argument.
Well, you're
It's just
saying
cherry
that. Hold on,
picked.
you're saying you can denote to anything, but I'm saying you cannot because your denotations are made up of only 5 characteristics, and those 5 characteristics are chromosomes, hormones, gonads, external genitalia, and internal structure.
Yeah,
Those are the 5
trans
characteristics
women,
of
yeah,
sex.
certain trans women can get hormones, physical characteristics, and
You
other outside
cannot.
of things. You're
Okay, those.
focusing
Oh
specifically,
my
let me
gosh.
finish. You're focusing specifically on the denotations that relate to gametes and uteruses, which is irrelevant and which is very specific and irrelevant, which shows why you're cherry picking.
So
Hold on,
Cav,
it's not. It's
why
not.
are you?
It's not
Hold on. I'm just
irrelevant. Can I
gonna
answer
interrupt
to his
here.
point?
No. I'm gonna interrupt you
I know,
here.
but it's a one-on-one, and then
Well, no,
we're
I'm gonna
jumping in,
interrupt you
but-
on this. Why are you so adamant to put people in boxes when we know these boxes causes harm?
These boxes. So how does these boxes of male and female cause harm?
Okay, do you
Because
think
the
people with
evidence suggests that.
IIS should be forced to live should be forced and treated as males, even though the majority of their lives they've lived as female?
What do you mean
Even though they're
forced and treated
biologically
as
male.
males?
Because see, you're
They
putting
should be
definitions
treated.
that are prescribing
How is
them
one
to be
treated
one
as a
way.
male?
Wait, they should be treated as males?
How is one treated as a male? Can you give me an
I'm
example?
asking you. Do you think people with IIS, someone who is biologically a male in your point of view, in your logic, should be treated as a male even though they've lived the majority of their life since
Yeah, and I
birth
just want
as a
you to
female?
clarify. I just want you to clarify. What do you mean by being treated as a male?
That means being forced to go into males'
Being
restrooms.
forced to enter males' restrooms.
Being forced
Use
to
a
compete
male-
against
being
males.
called upon as a male, being named as a male, being forced to dress as a male, being socially categorized
Whoa,
as a
whoa,
male.
whoa, whoa.
All these
Who's-
social things.
You just made a whole bunch of made up things right now. Who's forcing girls? Who's forcing girls to
Yeah, the
wear a
majority of
dress?
This is
society.
what- this is
because
what you're-
Nobody
even
is
in a
forcing anybody
progressive
to wear
view,
anything.
in
Hold
majority
on,
places,
Cav, this
you
is the
can't
logical
dress
entailment of
outside
your
the
of your
sex that you
view.
identify with.
This is why we don't use your view. This is the logical entailment of your view, where you're reducing people
So
to
someone
the
was calling
production
me
of
there.
gametes.
What did you say?
Okay.
Sorry,
This
can you start from
is-
the beginning?
What's-
Somebody tried to
what's
call me
wrong?
there.
You literally just sat here and argued that biological males should be allowed in the women's bathroom. This can apply on people with Klinefelter syndrome, even though they've lived since birth as females.
What? Sorry, what's wrong with a biological male using the men's washroom because they're biological male? Just because they wear a dress, like somebody wears
No,
a dress and they're
it's because they
presenting.
have a fucking vagina and boobs.
Their physiology and lived experiences is literally the same as a woman's. So saying you should go into the male's restroom even though you've lived your entire life since
Well,
birth
sorry,
as a
what's the
female
lived
is
experience of a
socially
woman?
unsensible.
Yeah, but you haven't clarified what's the lived experience of a woman that you're trying to tie to this genetic male.
It's that they've always been a female.
Since birth, they've been like told by the doctors to their parents that they're female because the doctors didn't know that this person has testes and their genitals look like a vag and vagina. They've went through female puberty. They've been considered their whole life as a female, and that is the lived experience that I'm talking about.
You haven't really specified the lived experience, right? But at the end of the day, sex determination
They've
can be
went
wrong
through
sometimes.
female puberty. They've been considered their whole life until a certain point in their 30s that they're a male, which just shows you the difference. It's like
Wait, Cav, you agree?
Hold on.
Wait, you agree that sex determination can be sometimes wrong. So then why the fuck should we use it?
even if I were to make that exemption to this individual, right? There's still the binary of male and female still
Well,
exists,
no,
and
no,
all
no, no, no,
humans born
because
on
But
Earth.
that's
this is an
totally
example of when the
irrelevant
binary
because
falls
you're
apart.
saying that
This is
throughout
not
this
no. This is
person's
not the
lived
binary falling
experience,
apart, though.
throughout
This is
the
just
reason why
there's
I
still a
think your
male.
argument is irrelevant going by your logic is because you're denying this person's whole lived experience because of the biology aspects of it. So they're forced to subject themselves to these socially constructed ideas of what the sexes should do and where they should go, even though they've lived the majority of their life living a certain way already.
Right, but they're not what they're experiencing, right? What they're experiencing is more relative than that of a trans woman's experience.
That's who?
Again, no, in majority cases it's not.
It's another
Like,
sure, they're still a male, right? All humans born on Earth are
yeah,
still either a
even
male or a
trans women
female.
who transition at the age of 30. You're saying someone who is like Sophia Jane Amore should be forced to use the male's restroom, even though they've lived the majority. They're a male. They don't have Klinefelter syndrome. They just transition before puberty, and they should use the male's restroom.
What I'm saying is there's no lived experience that's exclusive to only women that men cannot experience as well. And if you say, well, this
So
specific,
yeah, those lived
Wait,
if you're
wait,
talking
wait.
about one, if you're talking about one specific, if you're talking about one specific
talking about public
experience,
spaces, we're talking about
not all
social
women have that same experience.
Well,
Not
under
all
this,
women
so
share the same
I
experience.
think it is. I think
so
there is.
Cav,
Oh,
under
you think
this,
all women share the same experience?
Yeah, there are statistics that reclaim this. The majority of women throughout their life growing up, they've
I'm not saying the
experienced some sort of
majority.
sexual assault. The majority of women throughout their life has experienced the ability of an adult forcing them
wasn't
to
my claim
dress
right
a
now.
feminine way. The
You're using the
majority
word
of
majority.
women.
You're
Yeah,
using the word
when we're
majority. What I'm saying
yeah, I
is there's
think
no
majorities are important
exclusive
when forming
experience.
statistics.
There's no exclusive experience that all women simultaneously experience as being part of a woman.
there's also
Would you agree or
there's not
not?
one single thing that denotes to somebody being male or female
Yeah,
in the
I
same
can
way.
agree.
Hold on. Denotation, right? Like a necessary condition is made up of multiple
Ooh.
characteristics. Like if I were to ask you, what is the necessary condition of a square?
Wait, hold
right?
on. You're prescribing versus describing. Definitions don't
Again, this
describe.
person,
They don't prescribe. They
again,
describe.
You're saying
Is a
you're
square
saying that this
objective?
person you're saying that someone with Klinefelter syndrome, even though they're a male, quote unquote, in your view, they should be treated as a woman because of their own lived experience, because of their condition. I'm applying that same logic in trans women because trans women have a condition that forces them to live throughout life a specific way that can justify them having these certain privileges when it comes to using certain sex bathrooms.
Yeah, the difference is the trans woman, right, is ascribing to stereotypes, and we shouldn't be reducing women to stereotypes.
It's not
Usually
really
what it
just
is,
no, it's
when
not.
when
It's
a
not.
trans
It's
woman
not.
is growing
I
up,
don't believe that.
they're experiencing an external
No.
influence that associates women to certain characteristics by these social norms.
Not really.
We should not be
No.
reducing women.
No. You're reframing my argument wrongly. I think you have a flawed
That's exactly
view
your
that's
argument.
based on propaganda. When it comes to trans women, it is a person who has a specific neurological condition that is usually diagnosed through psychiatric help that forces them to have these plethora of disorders that at some point of their life they transition. And the reason why most trans women are dressed a certain way is because usually it's the only way that society subjects women to act, to be viewed a certain way. Because you cannot disagree with me that even butch lesbians in general, they can be sometimes associated as men. They can be okay with that, but trans women, they're usually not okay with that association because of their gender dysphoria, which is a condition.
But
That's the difference that I'm viewing it from that.
Yeah, so for them to experience gender dysphoria, right, they would have to have an external influence that tells them this is what a woman is supposed to look like, correct?
Okay, there's no evidence of that.
No, there's no.
What, then where,
they
hold
don't
on.
have to.
So
They
then
could
how?
just be unhappy with their
No,
body.
there's no evidence of that. Think about
Okay,
it this
but
way.
if they're just unhappy
Think
with their
about it
body,
this-
that's body
Think about it this
dysmorphia.
way. Your brain recognizes certain things even if they're not there. So, for example, if you have your arm cut off, you're gonna have doctors can describe something called phantom itching, where like you believe your arm is itching even though it's not even there anymore.
Okay, yeah, but we're not talking about missing limbs. We're talking about we're talking about your.
This is the biopsycho part of like being trans and the
So hold
identity.
on. Okay, then what you're basically saying is these social norms, the social construct of woman, what a woman is, would exist with absent of human minds. So if humans never existed, you would say the social construct would still exist.
No, it doesn't.
That's what you're basically
No,
saying.
No.
Well, then, if it doesn't exist, they have to get that influence from somewhere
I
to know
don't
what a
think it's
social
a
construct
social
is.
construct.
So,
I think
Huh?
half and half it is.
so if
half
they
and
grew
half.
up by themselves, they would still create their own social construct of who they are. They would have ideas of who they are, and that something feels off still. That is probably what would
My
happen.
point
Yeah,
is when
but
it
it
comes
wouldn't.
to trans people with gender dysphoria, I'm not basing this off of the social construct. I'm basing off of the bio area of it, because they denote to the sex that might not be physically apparent, but is apparent in their neurology. Neurology is your brain is an organ. That's a real thing, and you have to also focus on that.
Yeah,
They
but
also
okay,
just
but
denote to being females if you just ask them what they feel like. That's
if
denoting.
you're
That
bringing up
indicates one way that they feel.
okay,
So like,
you're bringing up neurology, where you're saying that somebody's identity, right, is aligning with the opposite gender assigned at birth. Now, what
I'm not
exactly are
saying,
they?
no, I didn't say that. I'm saying their brain aligns with a certain sex. It's not about identity.
Okay, so it aligns with a certain sex, right?
Yeah,
And the only way they could see that is if they have that external influence of that other sex. Because if that other sex never presented themselves to them, right, then they would never have this incongruity in their head.
no, I didn't say that. I said the
That's
That's
reason
what I'm
why.
saying. Hold on, that's
No,
what I'm
okay, but
saying.
that's a
But
lie.
wait, hold
The
on,
reason
Cap.
why
There's just no
So then
evidence.
where do
the
they get
reason the
Cap,
reason
where
why
do they get the
majority
sense
of
of self
trans
of being a
women
female?
transition, the reason why the majority of trans women transition is because of this social pressure thing. The same with when a butch lesbians, even though they're women, they can be sometimes socialized as males. They can be okay with that. That's okay. But for trans women, they have a condition that stops them from wanting that label being applied on them. That's why they do all these like certain things. That's why they fit into the the picture of like women that society has constructed.
Yeah, and a femboy, right, who's following those exact same social constructs is still calling themselves a boy.
Yes, but the difference is if they were called a boy in a social situation, if they were called a girl in a social situation, they wouldn't care because they don't have that mental issue that causes them to feel that way.
Right. So if they
It's
have,
the same to my
because somebody
comparison
has
to
a
the
mental issue
lesbian.
that makes them feel a certain way, then they automatically become a woman just because they
Yeah,
have a
if you
mental issue.
have depression, if you have anxiety, should you, in majority of cases, be forced to interact with people, even though that might cripply make your anxiety worse?
Here's the thing,
Why?
Kev.
So
Even if
hold
it
on.
doesn't,
What
hold
is
on,
what is a label? What does a label have to do with anything when it's just about how you present yourself?
hold on, Kev. It doesn't really matter if they are actually this thing.
I
But
don't understand that.
So the problem here is that you've agreed that. I mean, I don't think you've rejected any of the ideas that affirming care is actually what leads to the best outcomes, because the data is pretty clear on that. So we should definitely at least treat them as if they were this thing.
I think the
Because
education behind affirming care and what makes you a woman and what makes you a man is more important, right? Because, for example, I wanted to get to the example of, you have a kid, you have a daughter, they come up to you, and they say to you, "Hey, mommy, I'm a boy." What is the first question you're going to
Okay,
ask them?
the reason why it's separated in
Oh, can you
majority
answer that
cases
first?
is
Let's
because,
go
like,
down this line
in
right now.
terms, the reason why I don't think this is important, because in terms of sex, the measures of that are usually like irrelevant unless it relates to medical care in general. But when it comes to the social roles that are constructed, that's why we have to like separate it to like a social construct, because those socials are always going to be applied even when someone is like the opposite, and reinforcing them is not a good idea.
Hold on, but the social norms of a woman is just that they present feminine. It's all about a spectrum of
Yeah,
femininity.
the
That
reason
is
why
the
I don't
social
think
norms.
your
But what I'm trying to ask you
female
right now
argument
is
should be
if your daughter walks up to
prioritized.
you and says they're a boy, what is the first question you're going to ask them?
I would ask them
If
how long
what?
they've been feeling. So if I had a child that came up to me and said that they, that they think that they're a member of the opposite gender, I would say, I'm proud of you for telling me this, because I know it might not be easy to. Because that is the first thing that you should understand, is that this is something that is highly stigmatized, and even children will understand this. Second off, I would ask them why they felt this way, or how long they had felt this way, not why.
How about
And
how
I
about
would
why
ask
do they
them,
feel they're a boy? Why do they feel they're a boy?
does it matter?
Yeah, that's why
It
psychiatric
does
help
matter,
Hold on,
because
hold
what
on,
if
exists.
the
hold on, hold
answer
on. Hold on. If there
What
is
if
no
the
hold
answer
on, Pav.
is
If there is no answer, what do you do then?
you
Do,
try to ask it, you try to get the answer in a different way? Because what if I were to answer that with, well, I like playing with Barbie dolls and wearing a dress?
we
What
don't
if I
know
answered it like
why.
that?
So there's two
I'm
things that
making
we
up a
do.
hypothetical right
The
now.
one thing that we do know about transgender people is part of it is genetic. It can be genetic in some way. Secondly,
I think
we
in
don't know
majority
much beyond
cases,
that.
I think in
What I'm
majority
trying to say is a
cases we
6-year-old or a
have
12-year-old going
I think
up
in
to you and
majority
saying that they're a
cases we
boy,
have a clear
right? That's
distinction
from
where
an
like
influence,
I
an
think your
external
argument is a bit
Ooh,
influence.
no,
misleading because I
Cav.
think in majority cases we have a clear distinction on why this person feels this way. Because the majority of trans people who come out, they usually come out throughout their teen years when they're undergoing puberty.
Okay, let's talk about
So
the
So,
this
the
Cav,
is a
you're talking
neuroscience.
about.
this is a real issue that can like relate to their gender dysphoria when they're
Okay,
going through a
in all of those
puberty.
neurosciences, right? There's no conclusion that gender is actually in the brain because in all those studies regarding the brain, what they classify the trans brain as a third phenotype. Nor it's not a female brain or it's not a male brain. But the problem is the critical error in all
Not
those
really.
studies
That's a
is,
lie.
if I can finish what I'm going to say here, the critical error in all those studies is that they do not they did not include gender non-conforming individuals in those studies. They only included cisgender men and cisgender women and trans women and trans men, but they did not
Oh,
include.
there's actually a social reasoning for that. Because first of all, gender nonconformity is usually not really measured because people don't care. People who are gender nonconforming usually don't even care.
That's a
Or like
femboy
there's not a
or a butch
need.
woman.
But there
Hold on,
have been a
that's a
social
femboy or
pressure.
butch woman. So
No,
if their
no,
There
no,
brains
have
no,
been a
align,
social
no.
pressure on trans women in general. That's why those studies exist. A study for it to exist, it needs like a subjective reason for it to exist. Like if there's a non-issue of something usually when it comes to a social issue, and there's not going to be like a social study about it in most cases
femboys and
when
butch
they're
women are
hard.
part of the social aspect of all of this,
Femboys are
right?
not added in those studies.
Hold on, I need to ask
If
Cav a very important
they're not
question.
added in those
Gender
sites, they should be added in
nonconforming.
those sites because if
They
the
don't
brain of a
experience.
femboy,
They don't
hold
experience
on,
gender dysphoria.
but how do you know that? Because they were never
That's the
studied.
clearest measure.
Yeah, but
Cav,
how do you know it's not just a behavior?
hold
How do you
on.
know it's not just a behavior?
Because we know that gender is not just behavior. Are you
We
proponent of
don't know
gender
that because they haven't
neutrality? No,
included
hold
gender
on, hold on.
nonconforming
I
people.
have evidence for this. And it's one of the most fucked up things that's happened in the history of transgender history. Have you ever heard of the idea of gender neutrality? It's the idea that that gendered behavior is learned, not something innate to the physical body.
It's learned.
Do you think that's the case?
The social construct of gender.
Do you think that gendered behavior is learned and not something innate to the physical body?
Okay, what do you mean by gender behavior? You're talking about feminine and masculine behavior?
So it's that how they view themselves along the lines of masculine and femininity, neither or both.
I think feminine and masculine behavior are developed in the brain. Yes.
So, but do you think it's something that is nurtured, not nature?
Nurture, not nature.
It's learned, not
No,
innate.
nurture. I think I would lean towards the nature part.
Okay, so then that's would be affirming trans people's identity. It's that it's something
No,
inherent to them.
you're not. You're not. It's not about affirming their identity. It's about
It's like
affirming the
nature and
behavior.
nurture.
Affirm the behavior, not the identity. Affirm that it's okay to be a girl that dresses up like a man. Affirm that it's okay to be a boy that likes to have a dress on.
Okay,
That's what
but
we should
here's
be
the
doing.
thing: being trans isn't just dressing up. There's like gender dysphoria, the biggest part of it, which causes you to have this dysphoria of a puberty that you never asked for, and develop characteristics that you might, if you are proven to be trans at adulthood, you're gonna have to get 10 billion surgeries, go on through years of hormones, just so you can fit into this standard that you were forced to go through and to live a comfortable life.
That's
You know how
because
sad that is.
the education around it is wrong. Because if we taught these individuals that it's okay to be in the body you in, the body you in is a fact, and it's okay.
Yeah, in majority
you
cases,
wanna-
it is taught. What?
Most
The issue? I'm not talking about it's okay. I'm talking about gender dysphoria. This affects the brain when it's going through a puberty. In majority of cases of trans people, they transition throughout their adulthood. and they're confirmed to be trans, even though they were accepted to dress a certain way throughout most of their childhood, and they were told that there's no such thing as trans identity because most of us come from like very conservative families.
Okay, but hold on. Them wanting to be a woman and dress and doing the behaviors of a woman doesn't make them a woman. They can still be a man and do all those things you mentioned. We don't have to affirm their
Okay,
label
again,
So,
to
we're
make them
talking
feel
about
better.
we agree
sociology.
that it doesn't, a man wearing a
The
dress
reason
doesn't make them a
why
woman. We agree on this. So
The
stop
reason
bringing it
why
up.
we have these social distinctions, in your logic at least, is because like we need them because people like you argue that they shouldn't use the restroom, which causes social and public harm to them.
Yeah, but regardless of some harm they may experience, right? That would just make the case that femboys should be able to use the washroom. And
Yeah, it
actually,
depends.
if you
I feel
want to
like
talk about
yeah.
harm, if you want
Again,
to
I
talk about
already
harm,
argued yes. I
well,
already
let me say
argued
this.
yes.
If you want to talk about harm and harm reduction, then what about all the men, right, who experience more violence from anybody else in the world from other men? Should those men who get bullied all the time also use the women's washroom because that would be a form of harm reduction that they face all the time? Because men face
No,
more
because
harm
there's not a
than
proper
women,
measure
right?
of that. There's a proper distinction between trans women and cis men. And the reason why they're not a distinction is because first of all, there's the
Not all
transitioning
men.
factor. Trans women can fit into that society, and that's going to cause lesser social harm when it comes to them getting identified as men in the bathroom of women's
Yeah, all
compared
you're
to
saying
a
is that
cis
reducing
man.
women to the stereotype, or people or women who do
Again,
not
that
fit
is
that
I'm
stereotype are
arguing
less of
from
a
a social
woman.
perspective. So reality, whether you like it or not, it's that way. You can say it's stereotypes, but it's reality.
Hold on. So
Stereotypes are
What
made off
reality?
of
Hold on.
very
The reality
specific
is there's still a
distinctions.
man,
hold on.
right?
I want to kind of pivot
So
this
Okay, but
socially,
conversation
reality
because
is that man, quote unquote, looks like a woman and is put on a bigger risk of getting sexually assaulted, and that's a public issue. It doesn't matter if they're a man or a woman.
so we're just kind of running in
a
circles
man
here.
looks like a woman. Well, hold on. If they're mostly passing, then why are they being harmed? Is it the non-passing ones getting harmed?
It's because like when you're passing, that puts you in some sort of social experience that majority of women who go through their female puberty, as you quote unquote said, where they are, you know, how women are taught to not trust as much men and be careful around men because of the worries of sexual assault in certain way. This subjects them to that, looking that way. And going into the male's restroom in that case would be dangerous. And if you say femboys, then yeah, I would agree. I'm like trying to destroy the whole idea of why sex bathrooms should be exist. I think there are social reasonings why people should use certain bathrooms or not. The majority of femboys look like men. They should use the male's bathroom. But if there's a specific case of a femboy who looks like a female because of some sort of hormonal condition, yeah, that experience forces them to use the women's restroom. I don't really care. I'm trying to just abolish this whole idea that's based on sex.
So,
Well,
Kev, why
it's
do you? This
yeah, it's
argument is
about
kind of running in circles. Why do you think
it is a
trans
little bit.
people identify the way they do?
I think trans people identify the way they do because of an external influence that they experienced growing up that associated these social norms
Got it.
with being a woman. So that's why they think, they're supposed to have this label of a woman. And what I'm
So
saying here is
this is
they should
the,
have a
your
label of a man and still do whatever they want.
Okay,
yeah.
the
So
thing
you're a
Doesn't
about that
take
is
away
proponent
anything from
of
them.
gender neutrality. Then gender neutrality has been shown to be complete bonkers bullshit. You know why? Because of John Money and the experiment he ran on twins. So in 1965, there was twins born in Winnipeg, Canada. When they were 6 months old, the parents noticed that they were suffering something called phimosis, which is when the penis essentially, the foreskin is so constricted, it doesn't allow them to pee normally, and it causes pain. So they had to get a circumcision. This was a medically advised circumcision. One of
Okay.
the twins, it was fine. The other one was botched. The penis was burned, and it was it was it was not a great thing, and it's horrible that this
Yeah, I heard
happened.
about this. What's the point here?
Money was a proponent of gender neutrality, the idea that these ideas of gender can be taught onto somebody, like you agree with. What his research showed is that despite the crazy things that Money tried to do to the kids to make David, who was the person who was essentially subjected to this horror, he tried to make them a woman. They went undergone surgery. They were not told that they were born a man. By all accounts, they were raised as a woman, and at the age of 5, even David wanted to shave with his dad, do climb trees with the boys, do what the boys did, wear boys' clothes. He had no idea that he was born a boy at this point.
So
this shows you that
what's your point?
that gender neutrality, the idea that these things are taught to kids, is not the case. It is something
Hold
far
on.
more innate to who
I
we
see what
are
you're
as
saying.
people.
Yeah,
Okay.
what I'm saying is gender neutrality,
think-
right? Is you something you're born with in nature, but gender neutrality has to do with the spectrum of masculinity and femininity, right?
No.
Being a boy is something that you are taught,
Gender
because if you're gonna put the
neutrality.
label,
Let's say that's
putting
the
a label
case.
on you as a boy is
let's
something that
say-
you would learn to do. You do not.
Let's say that's the case. If that was the case, why do majority of trans people and queer people in general come from families that identify with conservatism?
Wait, Cav, you saying it's something that you learned to do. He was taught to
And
wear
even
dresses, to
if
act
it's
feminine, put
external.
on makeup. But he didn't want to do any of that. He wanted to do what his brother did. Because
And let's say even if it goes by the argument that it's external, we don't have any evidence that shows any sort of psychotherapy that treats it. So the best way is to let that person live comfortably is through that. If you can't name it something that cures them of that, then there's no reason why you should be arguing against it.
So in an interview done with David later, and when he was adult, he said, "There are little things from early on. I began to see how different I felt and was from the things I was supposed to be, or from what I was supposed to be. But I didn't know what it meant. I thought I was a freak or something. I looked at myself and said, I don't like this type of clothing. I don't like these types of toys I've always been given. I like hanging around with the guys and climbing trees and stuff like this. The girls
I
don't
didn't.
like any of that stuff."
Neither am I. I grew up in the Middle East, the most conservative land throughout the globe when it comes to gender and identity.
Sorry, I took a call there and I missed like the last 3 minutes after I spoke.
Okay,
I
so
wanna
Yeah, fuck.
so here's the problem too, is that when Money was like doing this research too, when things started going, when David started rejecting, this gendered behavior, he forced the kids to do sexual fucking rehearsals and photographed it. He made the kids act as if they were having fucking sex to try to force them to conform to the gender. And it still
Yeah,
didn't
but I'm
work.
not. Hold on, it's the label. It's the label you're putting on the gender. You're talking about masculinity and femininity.
No. This was somebody who was a boy who was trying to be forced to be a girl. And it did not
Okay,
work.
how do you? So hold on. How do you force somebody to be a girl?
He forced them into wearing dresses. He forced them to be feminine. By all accounts, forced them
That
to
doesn't
think that
make
they are a
somebody.
woman.
That doesn't. Okay, but that's where we disagree, because none of the things you just said right now, right, make somebody a girl. You just said he forced him to be a girl, and I asked you, what did he force him to do that makes him a girl? And all the things you mentioned does not make a girl.
He identified as a girl early on. He
So
felt
what
different.
if he identified as a girl? That's
he-
where he was taught. Okay, that's where he was told he was, right? Not how he felt.
So yeah, but then you're using the idea that these things are learned as a reason to doubt people's identity. But
I'm
then
saying
when the
what-
evidence is
hold on.
when people are taught something and reject it, you're saying, well, that doesn't matter. This is just something that they were taught. Like, no, you're missing
I'm
the
saying
forest for the
is-
fucking trees right here.
No, I'm kind of agreeing with you. Maybe you're missing my point here, right? The nurturing part that you're referring to, that I agree with, right, is the fact that I believe you're nurtured to have these spectrums of masculinity or femininity. You can be born a female and be very masculine. You don't want to wear girl clothes and all that stuff, but it doesn't give you the label of being a boy, right? The label of being a boy, right, and having the word boy associated with these roles is what is taught. Because if that word never existed, right? Then there would be nothing for them to be putting a label to them on.
No, in
Because
that
what they're
case,
you
men,
haven't
men
been
and
able
women
to
would be
hold on. You haven't given an
equal.
example of how somebody could be forced or taught to be a girl. Because nothing that you can teach somebody to be a girl would make any girl a girl.
So I'm talking about the socially understood ways that women are, or men versus women are, not about the sex.
But doesn't
Again,
none of
the
those
reason
things
why we're
make a girl.
separating these ideas is because it's socially convenient.
Yeah.
If
So
you force me, yeah, saying you're forcing me to be a girl by forcing me
It's
to wear
like it's like
clothes and makeup
forcing
and
a
stuff does
biological
not
male
make me a
with
girl.
it's like
it
forcing a
was a little bit
biological
more
male
than
with
that.
AIS, as I said before, to act the way they are. I think me and you can both agree that there are exceptions in certain intersex conditions that allow these people to identify even and live in society as what they are, even though they might be biologically something else. So why can't you like make that logic on trans people? You're just cherry picking. I argue this like many times.
I'm not
And
cherry
and
picking
Cav,
because it's
it
the
was a little
label.
bit
It's
more
the
than
label.
just teaching. It
It's
was
the label itself.
Again, even if it's labeled, people with AIS are still biologically male. Yet you given them you given them the privilege to identify that way because of their lived experience and how they were treated throughout their whole life. They're
it,
still male, yet they were socialized and considered female since birth,
Hold on,
and they never figured out that they're male until their 30s.
Who said I give that exception? They're still genetically a male.
Okay,
yeah. So we all
but they're
agree that the
allowed. You can
genetics.
agree. I'm going by your logic. You can agree that they're allowed to use the women's restroom. They're allowed to fit into that social category, and they're allowed to use women's spaces, even though they're a male.
I
You
don't
agree
think.
that.
I think.
You agree
No,
that
I think
they're allowed to have that privilege.
I think they should be. Yeah, just them. Yes.
Just them. That's cherry picking. I think trans people have a
That's
condition
not cherry
that
picking because they
gives
actually
them
have.
that should give them that privilege as well.
Yeah, one has an actual medical condition. The other one is a mental condition, right?
Again,
Mental
mental
conditions are
conditions are
medical
still
conditions.
medical.
Yeah.
Hold on, that woman
It's
that
a
you're
medical
referring to,
condition.
that woman you're referring to, developed into a woman. These other individuals
No,
are
no, no, no.
synthetically changing
No,
their
Cav.
natural body.
Okay,
See-
but they're male. So you wait. So you're saying in that logic, you're basically saying that hormones is all you need to become a woman through
I didn't say
natural
that at
means.
all. I said in that case, that medical
Oh.
condition causes them, right, to develop with those phenotypes, and it's just in only that condition. Where in a trans woman, right, what's happening to them is they're getting this external influence that says that they have to label themselves as such, which is incorrect.
No.
Because
Yeah.
they are men.
So they don't. People don't reject their biological sex. We all agree on this. People are innately aware of their biological sex. They're not rejecting their biological sex. They're just rejecting the category that biological sex puts them in.
Well, nobody. Yeah. So being a man,
Again,
right?
as
Being
I
a
said,
man has nothing to do with how you dress
Does
or
it
these
have
social
anything with
norms. Right?
having a penis?
It has to do with being a male.
So you're reducing people to people with penises.
Well, that's not a social construct, is it? Sex
yeah,
is not
Yeah.
a social construct.
Yeah, it's
people
not.
people with AIS still have penises. They're just not developed. They look like vaginas.
Yeah, and in the case of David Reimer, he had
That's
surgery
like
done
100,000
as a
people.
kid.
It's literally
Okay,
one in
trans people are
100,000
like 1% of society. What's your point?
It's a completely different set of circumstances.
Okay, those set of what are the different set of circumstances outside? Okay, so you agree that it's not their circumstances. My point is that there are circumstances that certain people undergo that gives them those privileges. You're just cherry picking what circumstances are considered valid and what are not.
Not at all. Somebody born with CIS is undergoing an actual medical condition in their biological.
Okay, someone born.
Can I finish? Can I finish the difference?
Someone born and diagnosed with gender dysphoria is undergoing circumstances that force them to transition.
They're not it's not biological.
It is biological.
I don't care.
Actually,
Again,
the
gender
evidence is
dysphoria
that
is like inherent.
It's mental.
no,
Okay,
it's not.
again,
So
mental doesn't have anything to do with it. It's like forcing someone with anxiety to socialize, even though it might cripple their anxiety more.
Cal,
That has nothing to do with it.
here's
It's
the
the
problem
social
here.
experience.
Let's get this argument really simplified here. You say that it's something that being transgender is something that is learned, but we know for a fact there is nothing that you can do to try to convince somebody that they are a member of the opposite gender. There is nothing you can do.
That's not, hold on, that's not what you're teaching somebody. What you're teaching somebody is because somebody is feminine, right? That they're supposed to be a woman.
That's
So
not what we're
femininity,
teaching them.
hold
I'm
on,
fine with
femininity,
Okay,
feminine
but you
men.
just agreed
femininity is
that
not
someone with
taught.
AIS, even though they're male, they're feminine and they've lived their whole life with that feminine experience in biology. That means they should be treated as a woman. You
You know
literally
what?
just argued that and
Yeah,
gave them an
that's, I'm giving the
exception.
one exception to that individual. But what I'm saying over here
Okay,
is somebody
that's
who
cherry
has,
picking.
somebody who's born with femininity, right, does not make them a man or a woman. And that's what you're trying to classify them as. Somebody
Okay, we're
born,
talking about biological
There's
femininity,
not.
the attributes that are developed.
Yeah. So there's not one
femininity
single.
is not,
There's not.
femininity
There's
is what you're
no, there's
born
the
with, right?
biological
The
aspects
label is what you're taught. What I'm
the
saying
same
is
way
femininity,
wider hips are considered feminine throughout, even though it's a biological trait. There are biological traits that innate with femininity, even though the idea is mostly subjective. We're talking about those traits.
what I'm saying is you're born, the feminine traits is what you're born with. It's not taught, right? But the label itself is taught to associate those
Okay,
characteristics
in
with
your
that
logic,
label.
someone who's biologically male, let's say not AIS, but they've underwent a puberty that made them look like a female, even though they have a penis, they should also be allowed in the women's restroom, even though they might just seem like a femboy.
No,
They were
how is that my logic? What are you talking about?
I'm using the IIS logic. You said they were naturally born with this condition that gives them the privilege to use women's restrooms and locker rooms and etc. such as such. So let's say someone without IIS, just someone with a hormonal condition, they were assigned male at birth. They lived most of their life treated as male, and they might even identify as a male, but their puberty is forcing them to undergo female changes. Should they be allowed to use the women's restroom?
No, because they're a male.
Oh,
They do not have
but
the
their
same
biology
condition.
though, it's a natural issue.
Yeah, it's a
I'm
specific
confused.
condition though,
This
right?
is why it's cherry
It's
picked. You cherry pick
CIAS.
what conditions and what problem people should have in order to have the privilege to do certain things.
Yeah,
It doesn't make
CIAS.
sense to me.
Yeah, so that's just an appeal to
So
authority
Cav,
thing
hold on.
because
Does this matter
You're
at the
okay.
end? Because like we know for a fact that this type of mentality leads to people unaliving themselves. Do you care about that at
No,
all?
I disagree. I don't understand how anywhere in my mentality would lead anybody
Because
to unalive themselves.
do you think
Because
that?
you're not trans.
Yeah. So Cav, do you think that if somebody rejected you for who you are, despite
Okay,
there's no reason to doubt
I
that
want to put
you
you
are
in a
who
movie
you
category.
are.
Like what? Give me an example
certain movie.
because I wouldn't give a shit.
There's this movie where this guy, a biological male, was caught assaulting like a female, her father is a scientist. In that movie, that father trapped that man and basically forced him to transition into a woman so that male can live their life as a female. In that movie scenario, it explores how that guy basically underwent extreme suicidality because of the way they were treated and forced to do and act a certain way and how other people viewed them. And it was too late after they went through after that scientist forced them to undergo a surgery that literally cut off their genitals. And it just shows you that the whole movie just shows you the effects of what it's like to be rejected, even though you are already something else.
Hold on, we're not rejecting how you want to express
No,
yourself.
this is a
right?
hypothetical.
We are
I'm
rejecting.
telling you, if society was forcing you to act like a woman, even though you are a man right now, as you believe yourself, wouldn't that lead you to have some sort of mental and social issues?
If society was forcing me, yes, but nobody's forcing anybody.
Yes, you're literally arguing that trans people should use the men's restroom. That is
No.
reinforcement.
No, I'm not forcing a trans woman not to wear
Yes, you're
woman
here.
clothing.
You
I'm not
literally came
forcing
into this.
them to. I'm not forcing
Okay,
them to
we're
not wear
not talking
makeup.
about that.
I'm not forcing them to
We're
not
not
have a
talking about
sex
that.
change.
We're not talking
That's
about
what we're
that.
talking about.
We're
Oh,
talking
if I
about
was
that. I
forced to use the
literally
woman's
mentioned
washroom, then
bathrooms.
is that what you're
You
talking
literally
about?
argued that trans women should not be allowed to use the bathrooms.
If I was forced to use
leads
the
with
woman's
logic that I
washroom,
just used. That leads with the logic that I just used.
if I was forced to use the woman's washroom,
Yes, as a
yeah,
male.
yeah. If I was forced to use the woman's washroom, right, there would be an underlying reason to why they're forcing me, right?
Yeah.
What would
And
that
what would
underlying
that reason
reason
be in
be?
most cases?
Why would they be forcing me to use the woman's washroom?
Let's
Why do you think?
let's say hypothetically we lived in a society that treated you. Let's say you have a condition that made you look like a male, or let's say a female, and you were forced to use the women's restroom even though you believe that you're a male.
Even though I believe I was a male, I would just go use
Yeah,
the
and
women's
you are a
restroom.
male. You
Like
just
what?
look like
I
a
would just go use the.
you just look
Yeah,
like
I
a
would just go
female
use.
because of a certain condition.
Yeah, but if the law is that I'm supposed to go use the woman's restroom, right? Then I'm just going to use the woman's restroom. Why do I care what restroom? Why do I
Because
care what
number
bathroom I
one,
go
you
into?
grew up as a male throughout the majority of your life. You're just a teenager who developed female characteristics, and suddenly you have to use the female restroom.
What do you mean suddenly I had to use the female restroom? Was I not always using the men's restroom?
Yes, because you grew up mostly as male.
But was I a male growing up?
Yes.
Okay, so then did my sex change into female?
No, throughout your puberty, you started developing slowly female characteristics until some point someone viewed you as a female and they told you, go use the male's restroom.
Oh, but then I would just say I'm a male.
Okay, how are they going to believe that?
How are they going to believe that? Well, in this society, probably be more progressive where we'd say a
You
male
look like
can
a
look like a
female, and
man or
majority,
a
because
woman.
someone is not going to ask you to like
Doesn't
look
matter.
into your genitals.
Yeah,
They're going to mostly go by physical appearance. You look like a female in that scenario.
And then I'd pull out my ID.
Okay, trans people have IDs that match the sex. Is that a valid argument?
That's an appeal to authority.
Okay, you're appealing to authority right now by saying I'm going to pull up my ID. Like, trans people can also have IDs that have the opposite sex.
Well, yeah, but that's the problem, right? You shouldn't be able to change your sex because we know humans cannot change their sex. So an authority saying you can change your sex when scientifically and objectively that is not factual and incorrect.
Hold on, Cav,
you didn't
That would be the wrong appeal
You
to authority.
can't. You theoretically
You
could
didn't
change
apply.
your
Wait,
sex,
wait.
Cav.
He didn't apply this logic on people
You
with
cannot
AIS.
change your sex. So
You
someone's
can.
allowed to change your.
You didn't apply this logic on people with AIS. They're male. Why are they changing their sex from governmental? Why are they not? Why are they not having any active like reasoning?
Their
on why
original
they should have their
documents are
sex
going to be
changed
either
back?
male or female. They can't change them.
So my
Yes, you
grandpa
can.
has. So my grandpa's
Like,
driver
what-
license says
they're
that he's a
documents.
female. He's actually a
Yeah, so if
biological
they're-
male, but his document says he's a female. Should he be allowed into female restrooms?
Why does it say he's a female?
Don't know. I really don't know. I think it was just a clerical
Like,
error.
again,
but
the
that's
law
using
can have-
Oh, it's a
authority.
clerical
There are-
error then. What the fuck?
There are certain
So-
people. There are certain cases of individuals who are like these are illegal situations, but the person was assigned at birth male even though they're like female, and that person's parents got in trouble, but their documents still said that way, so the government changed their documents back. You're saying
Yeah,
that
which one was
in
objective,
your
though?
logic, someone with AIS, even though they've lived the majority of their lives as female, they should have their documents changed back to male the minute they're diagnosed with that syndrome, with Klinefelter.
Whatever they genetically are, yeah, because it doesn't change. It doesn't matter what
So
bathroom
people
they
with
use.
wait, so so see how this is contradictory? Because
No.
1 minute ago you were saying about how people with Klinefelter syndrome should have the privilege because of their medical history, but now you're
Yes.
like tracking back and saying no, they should be treated as male even throughout their lived experience.
Well, whatever the law changes to, that's what you're basing it off of. This
Cav.
hypothetical law.
Cav, using this
No, I'm
logic,
saying that law is not important.
using this logic, Cav, men can get pregnant and give birth to children. Congratulations, welcome to the club.
They're genetically a male. They cannot give birth. What are you
Nope,
talking
nope,
about?
there are
People with that
there are individuals
CIS?
who have XY karyotypes who can get pregnant.
Those are
Yeah,
not.
because
Hold on.
they're
Those are not
born with
males,
uteruses.
right? CIS cannot give birth. Somebody with CIS cannot give birth. They're genetically male. Are you okay over there? Nice try though.
Yeah, they have uteruses.
Nice try.
They're genetically male through chromosomes.
Yeah,
but
they
have
cannot.
uteruses.
They cannot give birth. They're genetically males. Give me one case of somebody who's genetically male giving birth. Nice try though.
So there are individuals who have XY chromosomes, that are
XY chromosomes doesn't make you a male.
Oh, so then what
XY
does?
chromosomes don't make you a male.
What does?
What does? Like I said before, the 5 characteristics: gonads,
those 5
chromosomes,
characteristics are
hormones,
missing.
external genitalia,
You
and
literally
internal
said.
structure.
You literally said a minute ago. Someone. Okay, before that, you said that someone with infertility issues, they're missing the gonad issue with their denoting. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, gonads just makes up one of the characteristics. Gonads turn into either testes
Okay,
or
again, we
ovaries.
argued this before because we said that trans people can fit into a plethora of those characteristics, but you're like labeling to specific ones.
I'm not
I want
labeling
you
to a
to say
specific
right now
one. I'm
that you're
saying,
specifically saying gonads and uteruses because those are the
okay,
main
let
unchangeable
me
things.
let me clarify for you what I said before, and I'll say it again, right? These
Mhm.
5 characteristics make up the majority of these 5 characteristics is what gives you that denotation to that reproductive pathway. The necessary condition is being a member of the sex that produces large gametes. The denotation indicating is referred to the majority of those characteristics being fulfilled. For example, right? If you're born with ovaries, right? But you have
Mhm.
3 of the other characteristics, like for example, testosterone, XY, and a penis.
Sure.
You're always going to be a male, right? Now, if you fill out all of these characteristics on any individual born on Earth, it will land on either male or female.
Hold on real quick. So Summer wants to
Okay,
say
but
something
you're
really
going by
quick.
majority. We're going by
I'm
science
meeting
and
you
objective
both real
science. Like
quick.
in
Summer
that
wants to say
logic,
something real quick. Go ahead. Okay, you get.
Emily,
Go ahead.
you know what? It doesn't matter. If Penny really wants to keep going, then it is
I
what it
wanted
is.
to add in that logic of denotion, a trans woman, someone who's born XY, who undergoes hormone replacement therapy, that makes their bodies and bones and physiological structure, which is one of the 5 characteristics, denote to female.
No,
So in
because
that sense,
because humans cannot change their sex. Okay, what
So
you're
wait,
born
hold
with
on,
is
Cav.
what you are. Just
We
because you
can change
synthetically,
our genetics. We could have surgery. We
again,
could
as you
change the
said,
hormones that we're
sex is a
producing.
conduct.
So like you could
Sorry.
actually change your sex based off of that.
I
We
wanted
can't
to
currently
add,
do it,
like
but
you,
you could.
no, because it's what you're born with. You can't change
like
what you're born with.
like I said, you said at least, sex is a conjunction of 5 things. Those 5 things, some of them can be missing and some of them can be added, or some of them you can be born with.
Also,
Yes,
what makes
we can, yeah, and that includes
They're all what
that
you're born
includes your
with.
genitals. Number 1, you can get surgery. This has nothing to do with the uterus. We're talking about genitals. Number 2, it has to do with your hormones. This is number 2 in like the sex category of conjunction. And 3, physical characteristics. This applies.
That's not
So this
what
leaves
physical
2
characteristics.
things. This
What
leaves
physical
2 things.
characteristics?
Gonads. Hormones make your hips wider. They make your face more
Yeah.
feminine. Those
Okay.
those are physical characteristics that denote to sex as well. Can you disagree? Do you
Well, it's
disagree
just
with that?
yeah. Physical characteristics don't determine sex, right?
Yes, they are. In your conjunction of sex, literally, you said hormones, physical characteristics,
No,
gonads,
you weren't listening.
uterus,
You weren't
and
listening.
genitals.
Let me tell you them again, because obviously you weren't listening. Gonads, hormones, chromosomes, external genitalia, and internal structure.
So wait, hold on.
Okay,
Wait, hold on.
3 of
Cav,
those
what makes you the
things can
arbiter
be
of truth
measured.
on that these are the 5 things that must be? What makes you the arbiter
Medical
or
literature.
anybody the arbiter of truth on what makes a female or a woman or
In
what makes it a
specific
woman?
Yeah, so
cases,
in medical literature of sex determination, right, and especially when you're classifying intersex individuals, all humans born are either male or female.
But that does not
There's
mean
nothing
they're
in
man or
between.
woman. That means
And
nothing.
well,
It's just so
it
what
does
makes
because
you
to
the
be a
arbiter of
man, you have to
truth?
be a.
What makes you the arbiter of truth on what is a man and what is a woman? Who makes you the arbiter of truth?
Through hundreds, well, this is scientific studies of hundreds of thousands of humans being born and with different intersex conditions and how
no,
they're
these
No,
classified
but
based on
things are
sex.
that's
going
male
specifically
versus
by the
female.
majority of cases.
That doesn't matter.
Biology.
It doesn't matter. It's based off of how we define man versus woman. And I've
Yeah,
presented you
and
many
how I
good
define man
reasons.
is an adult human male.
And
A man is an adult human
and the
male.
way that you define that leads to people killing themselves. And that's a problem, I would like to say.
Can
I
you
would
explain
rather
how?
yeah,
Yeah,
because
tell
you're
me.
forcing them
Give me
to
one
live a
reason.
life that they're not.
Okay, so tell me what life am I forcing them to live that they're
So
not
you're forcing them to
exactly?
go to a bathroom.
Guys,
You're forcing them to basically
They're
be a
gonna
gender
they're
that they're
gonna kill
not.
themselves because they have to use the bathroom they don't
No.
want to use.
It's because you're rejecting who they are as an individual. That is the reason.
What are they? Sorry, then what am I rejecting exactly then?
You're rejecting
yeah,
their
they're male or
identity.
female.
And what's that identity?
Their identity usually
It's your
aligns with
internal
male and
sense of
female. If you
self.
reject that,
Okay,
the
and then the
same way if
general sex itself. But now go down the line exactly what I'm stopping them from doing though. Keep going.
So
Where am I
would you
stopping
let?
them from doing what they
So wait,
want to do?
hold on. Would you let a child have puberty blockers?
okay,
Puberty blockers?
Blockers, yeah.
Yeah, so long as he understood that, he's still a boy, like a boy, right?
Oh well,
Who
so
says
this
he's a
whole
girl.
argument is fucking useless. You just want to keep things
Again,
biological for male and
I keep
female.
saying this. I keep
This is
saying this.
insane.
If you agree that people can get to go on hormones and change their physical attributes, this makes them socialize differently. This is sociology.
Doesn't change the fact that they're a
This
boy.
just makes the whole idea of clinging man and woman to sex is just irrelevant. Because
But how does
at the end of the day, we're
how
always
does
going
that
to
change the
socialize
fact that they're a
people based
boy,
on
though?
lust.
You haven't explained why that
We live
doesn't
in a
make-
reality that socializes people based on physical characteristics, not biological sex, because there's no measure of that outside of the majority cases of people being born.
That's
and
not
like the
that's not
scientific
true.
consensus.
Women come in all shapes and sizes, right? So these characteristics are
again,
different
Some of
amongst
them
all
have
hundreds
societies,
of
yet they're
thousands,
all women
hundreds of
still.
thousands of women
All
by majority
women are going to be adult
are
human
born and go through a
females,
puberty that
regardless
makes them
of how
look
they
a
look
certain
like.
way.
So
But you can't disagree. Hundreds of thousands of
It doesn't
women.
matter how you look, right? It doesn't
Again,
change the
they're
fact that
still
you're still a
treated-
boy.
So Cav,
Again,
we
they're
all
still treated socially differently. So that tells you on why these labels are useless.
Right, but
to, like,
okay,
cling
yeah,
to
but
sex.
no, I don't think they're useless at all because sports, prisons, women's
How
shelters.
useful is it to say that someone is an adult human male outside of the medical scenery?
What's that?
How useful is it to say that someone is an adult human male or an adult human female outside of the medical scenery?
Yeah, sports, prisons, sports and prisons are probably the biggest ones right now when it comes to scholarships that are towards women.
Those are not
right?
the biggest things. Number one, it's a non-issue.
What are the big?
There are
really?
like most
So
in
what's your
America,
biggest-
like
can
10
you name any issues
transgender
then?
athletes.
Cav,
Majority of
any
them being
issues?
people who haven't even made it to the big games.
Hold on, can you
Number
name any
two, when it
issues
comes to
then?
prisons, there is no sexual issue with that. So you're just
Well,
naming
there's studies
non-issues
in the
again.
UK suggesting that there is issues with that.
So Cav, do
Okay,
you think that what
wait,
matters
I
more?
know the study that you're talking about. That study was first of all flawed because they only used like the amount of like 127 trans people in one premise. Does that seem like a valid statistic to you?
Yeah, it's a valid statistic.
Oh, that's valid.
That was a valid stat.
There
that they
are
had in that study.
49,000 trans people in that state where like the people without like the people in that specific prison had the study informed, and most of those people, mind you, we're talking about the United Kingdom, not the United States. When majority of those people were put into prison just because they identified as female, some criminals took advantage of that, and the United Kingdom's government was so stupid to just believe it. That's why I think if
sorry,
you're
how
gonna
are
fix
you
this
supposed to
issue,
believe
you're
it?
not gonna. If
That's
you're gonna fix
funny.
this
How am
issue,
I
you're not gonna
supposed to
delete
believe
trans
it?
people from the prison system. What
Sorry,
you have
how am
to
I supposed
do?
to believe a trans woman is a woman? Tell me.
Okay, yeah,
Yes,
there
you can
are.
just ask them, Cav. You
Okay,
can ask
again,
them.
let me finish. In majority
Aren't
cases,
those guys
throughout
in the prison
law,
who
in majority
they didn't
cases throughout the law,
know?
there are ID clarifications. Like if you go through a certain period of hormones, if you have a certain history with being diagnosed with gender dysphoria, that helps you change your sex. So that shows the government that you've earned that title, which allows you to go to the female bathroom, which separates them from biological.
Oh,
from,
great! Then that would
cis men.
exclude a lot of trans people, then, wouldn't it?
The
care.
only so the three things that
Oh, so you
matter
don't care
are
about the
Me
other trans
personally, I don't care
Cav,
about that. I
that
feel
the
like
moral
there
of the
should
story
be a
is this
governmental
here.
basis.
So you
that
only
helps
care
us.
about the trans people who transition, then,
So
right?
Cav, the people who are trans
In majority cases, trans people have transitioned. Yeah.
Yeah, so people who are actually trans
I
are
disagree.
insistent, persistent, and consistent about being trans.
Yeah, I think those people are still trans.
Just
but
like straight
they
people
haven't
are
reached
They're
insistent.
the
persistent,
social.
consistent about
This-
a label that
this
they're
might be
associating with a
sad.
certain sex.
This might be
That's the
sad and
problem.
disheartening to certain people, but I think there are social objectives that we should follow as trans people to be put in certain areas.
So, Cav, do you agree that there's
Is there
something
this
different
group
between
people?
somebody who just claims that they're a woman versus somebody who is insistent, persistent, and consistent about being a woman?
Like an AGP?
It's AGP?
Yeah, aren't they called AGPs?
No. AGP is
Yeah, I know. It's hard to pronounce,
yeah,
but they're
that's
consistent.
not-
They're consistent and persistent.
That's not a medically accepted term. There is no evidence for AGP. It is.
What?
It is so okay. Let me get you some of the information about autogenic autogynec
I've looked that up a lot. Listen, I gotta go here.
autogenophilia. Yeah, you should really look at the evidence behind it. There is none. It is a theory that was proposed, but has never actually been proven to be a thing. And that does not actually explain trans men. It only explains trans women and a very small percentage of them.
Right, but from what I understand, those individuals do exist out there, right?
Yeah, but
Maybe we
no,
don't
no,
have
no,
the correct term for
no,
it,
no,
but
no,
those
no.
individuals do have
It's
fetishes about this. Like Ed Gearin?
so there are people who have fetishes of it, but that doesn't explain trans people. There's definitely going to be people. It's called trans joy. I don't know if you've ever heard that term before. It's that people envision themselves as the body that they want to be in. That is what it is, and that's not like a fetish. It's not weird. It's to be expected that people want to see
But
themselves
they
in a
also
way
like
that
women.
yeah.
Anyways.
I could have cis joy and like men,
Yeah.
and that's not
Listen,
considered a
I'd like to
disorder.
continue, but I'm out of time over here.
Okay.
But I appreciate you giving me the time though.
Yep.
And being respectful.
Yep. You have a good rest of your day.
Take
Enjoy
care.
your Thanksgiving.
You as well. Bye bye.
Okay. Ugh. I am probably going to end it there for today. I'm a little exhausted, so thanks everybody who came, and have a happy Thanksgiving. Yeah, that was interesting. Yep, you too. Oh, hi, Ellie. It's just you and me now. You're mine now. No.